Falando de funkball pela questão de pontos. O funkball ele não precisa nem de uma...
Hello, thank you so much for coming through the interview. GUN5 conceded their last match, last round. Are you sad that you didn't fight for the 2-1 yourself? Hello, Kendo. Thank you so much for coming through the interview. GUN5 conceded their last match, last round. Are you sad that you didn't fight for the 2-1 yourself?
Yeah, I feel like we were ready for the match. We definitely prepared for it. Obviously, like every team, we feel like we would have won it anyway. It would have been good, you know, as extra, I would guess, motivation for the upcoming matches, you know, to play it. But anyway, we're happy with the result, I guess.
Were you really feeling that way because they are one of the favorites, one of the broader favorites? So you still believe that match would be easy?
No, I didn't say it would be easy. I just think that we would win. I don't know if you can be a professional player without this mentality. I mentioned it in other interviews. Also, I feel like it's always up to us. If we're feeling good and if we're prepared for the match, I feel like we will win it. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. What is your program after your match is conceded? Usually, do you train more, or are you using the free time to get some rest?
No, I mean, yeah, I guess a little bit of both. We had some more free time, but also like we decided to play Face It right after because, you know, we were supposed to play a match, so we have time to play. And then obviously some of us after watch some demos, and then that's it, you know. So I guess a little bit of both.
Yeah. How does your schedule look like right now? Because a lot of teams are playing a lot of matches. So on which side are you on?
Yeah, we're really packed. There's tournaments that we have to decline our invites to. You know, like it's a really tough schedule. We're practicing a lot. We don't really have days off, but I don't want to complain. Honestly, if I had to choose between this and not playing matches or something like this, obviously I would always choose to play as many as possible. So yeah.
Yeah, 500 is another very strong team. Are you glad to have 2 chances to fight for the qualifying match right now since you are playing them?
Yes, definitely. We're looking forward to the match. They beat us last 2 times, but I think that third time's the charm. You know, we can turn it around.
Yeah, and what would be the most important thing you need to prepare for today's match?
I don't know. I just think that we need to be there mentally to play our game and not to be scared of duels. Just play like it is, Face It, and I feel like we have a very good chance of winning.
Okay, good luck to do so. Thank you so much for the interview, and have a nice match.
Yeah, thank you guys. Bye.
Hello, Popov. Thank you so much for coming through the interview. You had no problem in your last match against Maestro. Did they surprise you? Did they surprise your team in any way?
I think no. Like, we were quite prepared for them, and everybody was hitting their shots, so it was quite an easy game.
For you as a coach, is your team's ability to win BO1 against outsider fast and convincingly a good sign? Something maybe the best sign even?
I think yes, because these kinds of teams that are outsiders, like they're unpredictable. So it's good that we can handle unpredictable things.
Yeah, in terms of unpredictable teams, how does the preparation for them looks like? Are you prepping some anti-strats for running through smokes or something like that?
No, it's basically, as I said, I think in the previous interview, we just try to do what we do best and without mistake. And if we need something, we focus on that. Like we take a pause, a little break, and continue.
Yeah. Was there still some little mistake you took and worked on from that match?
I don't think there was something that big or that how should I say, important that we can take out of the match. We just played well and we're happy.
Yeah, okay. Today you are playing against Partizan. Their opponent conceded the match before the start. Last round, do you feel like they are a 2-1 team?
I think Partizan are a good team. Like, we faced them before. They're a hard opponent, and I think...
you are maybe a little afraid of?
No, we know of them, and like, we don't take that into account.
Okay. In terms of preparation, what is the main thing you prepared for today's BO3?
I think that since like we're playing with a new fifth, we're just preparing what we do best, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the match.
Thank you. Thank you. See ya.
Hey guys, how to easily recover lost files.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Only 3 days remaining before we end the Swiss stage. 4 spots left on the table for those top 8 deciders. Today is Derby Day as the grudge match on social media between Partizan and 500 continues. The prize on the line today is glory, honor, and of course a chance to get yourself one step away from LAN. Alongside that match, we will also see one more team be eliminated from the tournament. So a lot of things are in store for us today. My name is Luba. I'm joined by Pronogo. We'll be your commentary duo for today. And boy, do we got some interesting matches coming up.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this opening series because, of course, this is our 2-1 pool, the teams that have proven themselves. Although maybe there is a little bit of an asterisk to that with Partizan as they were handed a default win earlier in the tournament. We get to see how the teams got here so far. Obviously, the default win is against GUN5, who are locked in quintuple overtime. Some very handsome casters were dealing with that match at the time, so that's how we're so familiar with them. And then they ended up coming into the 2-1 pool. That's after some impressive stuff, holding their own against Rush B before being cast down. And of course, Partizan themselves did take out another regional mix in Nexus, who have sadly been eliminated from the tournament. 500's plot through has been a little bit different. They ended up defeating the Imperial Valkyries relatively quickly and easily, and they were bested narrowly by Ents before eventually dropping to that 1-1 bracket. Now, after defeating Maestro handily, they will be going up against Partizan. So indeed, this is the match that started all sorts of conversations. Of course, after this match, after this series, we will have GUN5 against Kubix. GUN5 obviously not playing their previous best of 1, but Kubix, they're an interesting regional squad unto themselves. We actually have a lot of regional monoliths in this particular phase of the tournament, where yesterday we were talking about how rare that is at the uppermost echelons of Counter-Strike. So it is going to be a nice derby day indeed.
Oh yeah, it's going to be so fun to watch all of these teams compete and see what they can do. Of course, one team will book themselves a ticket in the top 8, a chance to go to LAN if they can win one more best of 3 after this one today. And of course, we will see one team exit the competition a bit sooner, I would say, than they expected to. We can say GUN5 put it onto themselves to be in this elimination match. They weren't lucky enough to finish their best of 3 on time to play Partizan, but Partizan will be pretty happy to be in this promotion best of 3. Now, that will be our first best of 3. Of course, we've checked out today's schedule, but we're going to, of course, have a chance to see the players on both sides. And I really don't know how to come into this match from like an analytic perspective, because both teams, I'm looking at Partizan, I'm looking at 500, they've had some rough goings in the past few months, some great results. Both of the teams have proven that they can beat even opponents that are kind of close to the top 20 mark on the VRS rankings, which is something to, which is a statement in and of itself. But both of them have also lost against teams that are 70th, 80th on the rankings. So you never know what you can expect them day after day.
Yeah, that's interesting, because 500 even ended up saying in that opening interview that actually Partizan are an unpredictable team and a good one, a hard opponent for them. And whether that's lip service because they know that that's what everybody says at this point, or it's just the truth as they see it, is another thing. But the veto, I think, is really interesting between these two squads. You were talking about how to break this series down. And I'm interested in what the veto actually looks like, because both of these teams perma-train, so you shouldn't see that in action. And okay, Partizan's going to take it out very early on. I actually was hoping that they would float this particular map. And wow, 500 banning Dust 2. That's a bit of a surprise veto, because it opens up Nuke for the boys in Belgrade. And that's exactly what we see here. Nuke, the best map statistically for Partizan. I thought for sure that would be the second round ban, because 500 is not known for their Nuke. Mirage picked by 500. That one is a bit of a punish. Partizan are not as good as 500 are, and 500 have so many maps played on it. Then to see Anubis and Ancient go out, that does leave us with Inferno. I was also maybe thinking Anubis would be a handshake between these two teams, but the first two phases of the veto, Train, of course, you do end up vetoing that. One of these teams would. But the fact that Partizan don't float it and still end up getting their Nuke pick is a bit of a... I feel like that's almost a blunder from 500. We're going to have to see if that ends up costing them, as obviously we've got a nice little classic set of maps here for our first series.
Oh yeah, it's going to be fun to cast this. Of course, Nuke is a strong map for the side of Partizan. On the other side, we got Mirage. This entire endeavor, this entire rivalry, it kind of came from plays that 500 players made on Mirage. We're going to see if they can reproduce that in a certain sense. And even if we go to a decider, I will not be sad at all, because I would like to see all 3 maps from these two teams. I think they deserve to play as much Counter-Strike as possible, and they do. I mean, from what we've seen so far from them, they are in the grind. Of course, 500 have had that bit of a break before the MRQ. Then the MRQ didn't really go so well for them, or rather it went pretty horribly for them, but now they're back to the grind, and now they're back to playing events, trying to get VRS points for the next regional major cycle.
Yeah, that's a big deal too. I mean, we've seen a lot of the teams, even Kubix themselves, who are playing later today, said, well, LAN is a secondary aspiration. We need those VRS points. And so as much as LAN obviously matters to all these guys, and especially if you're close by to the region like Partizan are, you know, that's something that, well, it's not going to be that big of a travel compared to some of these other squads. Why not? And you can say the same for 500, of course. You know, look at me. I'm an American talking about geography. I'm making my countrymen proud. But listen, I'll tell you one thing about 500, though. I don't think they're going to go quietly. And even if Nuke ends up being a punish for them, they've got the punish in Mirage. And that's not to say Partizan can't squeak this out with a 2-0 in the same way that we almost saw Dynamo Eclat do yesterday versus Passion UA before getting outlasted by the superior Ukrainian squad. That's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. So I do think what we're going to see here is Partisan with a chance to close at 2-0. They're going to have to be on point with their fragging. 500 aren't exactly pushovers on Nuke. It's just not really their home turf in any way. So there should be a decided advantage. I don't think we get out of this without 3 maps, but if we do, it's because Partisan 2-0. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I have to agree, and you can call me biased if you want, but from the perspective of 500 changing a player, and from my perspective, it is an important player at that in ships that, at least from what I've seen, was quite good. Then Red Star comes in. We've seen him play before we got a chance to cast him when he joined the 500 roster, maybe a week or so after that happened. And he was good, but he was good for rounds. There were flashes of good plays, not something that he made a way to kind of continue in a good stretch of form throughout that match that we've seen. Of course, it's a new day, and who knows what could happen. They had a bit more time to practice with them, and Tipsport is disagreeing with us. Tipsport sees 500 as maybe even heavier favorites than we anticipated.
Yeah, the betting odds come through, and that's definitely a point of contention. I think that it makes sense, though, because in theory, 500 should be able to deal with whatever happens on Nuke by winning Mirage and then taking us to Inferno for a decider, where they are, I would say, at the very least, like, a healthy advantage in their back pocket. Of course, both of these teams have played a decent amount of Nuke, of Mirage, of Inferno. So there's not really a worry in my mind about, okay, yeah, these squads are going to have their veto in, but some of them are going to be maybe unexpected, unpracticed on these maps. I don't think that's going to be the case whatsoever. And as we see the players on your screen there, Spellin, the IGL for 500, is going to have some big brain strats, no doubt, that he's going to have to pull out on a map like Nuke if he wants his team to be able to take this as handily as the odds say. I do think that you'll expect those odds to swing a little bit once we get to the point where, you know, Partisan are coming ahead on their own map pick. If that doesn't happen, then, well, the odds were actually a little bit more generous, and maybe 500 will be able to close it cleanly. I do still think, though, this is looking like a 3-map affair.
Weirdly enough, if it goes to 2 maps, I see Partisan winning it. If it goes to 3 maps, I can see 500 edging it out, simply from what we've seen from Partisan when they played Rush B earlier in the competition. That was not a good Inferno showing, and hopefully, of course, they've fixed some mistakes they made in that best of 1, but that match really kind of sums up their form. They can really have some good rounds, they can have some good calls, individual plays are there, but at times they can completely choke it out. I mean, remember that 4v2 they lost against Rush B in a crucial round at the beginning, completely destroyed their finances. Weirdly enough, worries me. If it goes to 2 maps, I see Partisan winning it. If it goes to 3 maps, I can see 500 edging it out.
Very good recall there. It doesn't necessarily surprise me that as a fellow Serbian, you would have that match burned into your brain. It was a tough round for sure, that where they had the retake kind of served up to them on a silver platter. And hopefully we don't see those kinds of mistakes, because I really don't think that that's a lock to happen in this particular matchup. 500 can be a squirrely, slippery team, but when it comes to Partisan, I do think they should be able to lock in. I mean, we see Emmy grabbing the SIG and enjoying that for a little bit of extra mental boost, mental acuity. It's a thing that I certainly don't advise or advocate for smoking cigarettes, but people who smoke know that, okay, yeah, you're going to get a little bit of a high on there. It's not the typical high.
I mean, listen, Emmy grew up playing Serbian LANs and in Serbian LAN cafes. Maybe not so much today, but 10, 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
You get in there and you get cancer right away.
All the secondhand.
Not really a good situation for you to be in if you don't really have strong lungs, a good lung capacity. All jokes aside, it seems that Nuke is a wait. That is the map pick of Partizan Belgrade. We will see what they can do on their own map pick. A big rivalry between these two sides. Everybody wants to win this best of 3, but only one team will do so. And the ones that do will be going to the top 8 of Conquest of Prague.
Yeah, there's a lot of conquests to happen. And these two squads want to face off to figure out who's going to get there first. It's certainly a possibility that whoever loses this series does not make it even to the top 8, let alone the LAN. So statistically speaking, this matchup has a lot of significance. We are getting in to our first best of 3 of the day with 500 on the defense, electing for that CT pick after Partisan end up squeaking their buy away. Cirque will start us off. The proceedings are in full swing. Vladin's still on the outside position as everybody else is kind of grouped up for this upper hit. They were facing towards ramp, but Kindo, he's not going to expect a second CT there. However, Dragon pivoting around for the kill. That's going to work out just fine. Now in a 3-on-1, Rainwaker, you've got it all to do, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Quick and easy 3v1. Can you do it? Not going to happen as Vladin takes his head off. That P250 doing work and Partisan exploding toward that A-bomb site. It seemed like a very good setup for 500, right?
Yep.
It seemed like they were so ready for what Partisan was playing, especially given the fact that Cirque found a frag outside. Then the job seems a little bit easier. The double CTs on CT vent, also something to completely disrupt the attack, but only one frag found from Red Star. Had he waited maybe a little bit longer, that could have changed the state of affairs. 1-0 for Partisan. Of course, 500 opting for that force buy, and that's a good start as Cirque finds the head of Collins. I think he killed Collins in the previous round, so might be getting into his head already.
Well, certainly his lead is getting into his head. That's some pretty good early proceedings from Cirque. And Rainwaker lurking in secret. Dragon really impressed with that turnaround kill in second vent, so we definitely need to see more out of him. He is one of the star riflers, but he will be overwhelmed by the SMG and the Deagle. Red Star and Rainwaker combined to slay the Dragon, and now in a 3-on-5 versus the CT Force, Partisan could get reset. And I don't even know that they did anything particularly wrong. Dragon obviously shouldn't have been caught out astray without any util, but that first frag, Cirque, is just miraculous. Vladin will have an opportunity to clear him. Okay, hell is the domain of Partisan. I ain't talking biblically here as they're going towards ramp. The lower site definitely still a possibility. Remember, the advantage lies within the weaponry for the Serbian side. I don't think 500 are going to be able to combine for any additional frags now that the sort of choke points have been established. But we could still see a surprise here as Red Star. Oh, he's going to take Vladin's head, and now it gets a lot squirrely.
30 seconds left, 2-on-4. Not a good situation to be in as that Deeg is firing away. There's Oxygen with the MP9. Gonna get taken out. Alleviating some of their pressure. Smoke in main. Gonna give them the space to plant the bomb. Still not a good situation to be in. And Red Star also recovered a molly. That's gonna make this retake easier as these SMGs are preparing to swarm in. Galil's at the ready, but Emmy very low, not finding anything. And Kindo struggling with the spray. That's gonna be a reset onto Partisan, courtesy of 500. The bomb plant gives them a little bit of room to work with in the third round.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Partisan, we have 3 members alive for 500. They will be able to reinvest and scalp together, I think, both of those Galils. Here's the mid-air kill plucked out of the sky as he jumps over. That'll make you think twice about facing outside. Cirque has taken his head twice in as many rounds, so.
And both times he barely saw him. Just a pixel sticking out was enough.
Doesn't feel fair. And, you know, Cirque has come under fire, and I think deservedly so, for his return to Counter-Strike under Bleed and now 500. It feels like he could have done more statistically in a lot of these matches that his teams have struggled in. But he's doing very well to start things off here, so hopefully he can continue that return to form. Oxygen, on the other hand, has been the star, the showman for 500. Now he is perched above the silos. It'll be Vladin, another former member of Bleed, who is going to have to see how he can enter out of Hut. Oh, it's happening now.
Timing. Oh, that's so unfortunate, but there's Oxygens to fix things up. Cirque good on the rotate, and that's going to be a cleanup. For a moment, it seemed very difficult for 500, but they cleaned the mess with only one guy dead. That's going to keep their finances in check.
That's a big win for 500. As we start things off on the CT side for them, the Bulgarian squad is definitely going to have a lot to work with here. And really, that's a big deal, not just for their money, but also for the money of their opponents. Financially speaking, I think at this point, Partisan are going to have to save, and that's going to give yet another round over, most likely. They go for all Glocks. I think the win rate for these kinds of rounds is like 2%. You know, you're not realistically expecting anything here, but they could swarm ramp and maybe take an SMG away. Vladin spotting Oxygen. Might hear the drop. Wasn't exactly quiet, but through Trophy, it seems like we will see a hunt, especially as Oxygen starts to push out. He sees that it indeed is a bunch of pistols. Still only seeing Vladen so far.
And it seems like an invitation for Rainwaker with that SMG. He's going to check Dragon. There's no question about that. But they might swarm him. He saw him right now. Let's see if these Glocks can get the better of him. He's going to take 3, and that's good enough as he paid off that MP9. And now a cleanup should be simple. Spell on 1 burst was enough to take down 2, and that's going to be a 3rd round for 500. They're doing quite well.
Easy as you like. Yeah, they're definitely doing the work. I don't think that there's any concern right now for the Bulgarian boys. Those concerns will have to mount as Partisan pick up their next buy, which is in this round. Let's see here, sniper afforded by Cirque, so he will be bringing out the big green, which is going to be a pretty big deal if he can continue his performance thus far. Super early days here. Saw some of those Tipsport side bets earlier. I wonder how many for Cirque's frags. What is his current benchmark that he's going to try to meet?
Yeah, that might actually be interesting to see, as he started quite well. I guess the odd makers probably already changed that in the live bets. Yeah, control there for the side of Partisan, and now they can think things through. Bit less pressure than was piled on in the rounds before, and there's an opening frag. That's going to give them a bit more room. Start missed shot again, as he's going to actually repeat that same angle. But that 1 kill is going to spread the defense a little bit, and now even the side of 500, they need to think, can somebody go down secret? Only 1 player toward there, and Spellin already looking at that angle.
Well, he's going to get checked. Yeah, Kindo is not going to drop that frag. That's a big deal for Partisan, is now in the 5-on-3, they can move on through and pretty much pick any place they want. With Red Star going down as well, Oxygen multi-frags to try to claw something back, but it still feels more than doable for the T's.
Yeah.
They've got complete control of the lower site.
Yeah, but they don't have the bomb, and there's 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be pretty difficult, as 500, they have the idea that the attack could proceed towards B. I expected a rotate already to happen. Not going to happen. There's Dragon. Take down Oxygen. Only Cirque remaining, and they should know where he was, as he did fire shots from Locker. Not going to give him a chance. That's the 2nd round for Partisan.
You know, I think significantly, there is no sniper available for Kindo. I don't know how often he will T-side op on Nuke. It's a map that obviously Partisan have the winning percentage on. But looking at the way that 500 have played this out, they're relying a lot on Oxygen's multi-frags, and even when he gets 2, if the rest of his team ends up going down in the rifle rounds like that, you can start to see, okay, we know why Partisan picked this map. They've got some strats, they've got some plans.
I mean, I could see a possibility of Partisan not picking it up on this T side at all, given that, I mean, they got 5 solid riflers. Kindo, before he transitioned to an op, he was a decent rifler, definitely, so they can, you know, continue to pile on the pressure without the big green. And then, of course, when you proceed to the CT side, you got to rethink that choice, and you're probably going to invest into an op. But, I mean, we've heard about buying an op and how it impacts the economy. A lot of studies have been already made in those tier 1 circles, so we kind of have an idea how much it could be costly, especially on a map like Nuke, where, yeah, your T-op can get impact, but it's not really something where it's gonna shine. Rainwaker, that's 80 unconfirmed damage.
We like that. We like that for sure. Worth pointing out at this point, though, 500 do not have that much money in the bank. Even though they've lost 1 round, so their loss bonus will start to stack up. They end up getting wiped again. That could be real ugly for their buy. They've reinvested in Cirque's sniper, and he hasn't found impact outside just yet. With the shot last round, obviously left a lot to be desired there. Deep molly to clear out from Collins. He's still pushing in this yard position. Nothing found just yet, but with Dragon on top of Mini, there's a lot of noise made. You can tell 500 are on edge. They're not sure where the hit's going to come in, but they're pretty suspicious of this A play. There's so many defenders locked in here. Partisan have to sniff this out, and there's only 35 seconds left to do so.
And this is a good setup. They're not thinking about a lot of the position that Partisan could be taking. The setup that could really give them an easy round, an easy cleanup, and there comes the attack. Spellin already takes down Dragon. Now things are starting to slow down. Collins with 2 frags gives him a chance, but too many CTs on that A-bomb site. They never stood a chance, and before they knew what was happening, it had already happened, and 500 doubled their advantage.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing you can do as 500 if you already have a couple of rounds in the lead. You're not going to win the majority of your CT rounds by stacking one site with a lot of your players. That's just not something that won't get anti-stratted eventually once people figure out what you're doing. But in max rounds 13, you're talking about way less rounds played overall. You're obviously already on a bit of a tear with 3 rounds to yourself. So it makes sense to do those more gambly style of plays and totally cede control on the outside. It's early conditioning. Partisan are going to have to work a little bit harder for it, and they can't really do so with this buy. They do not have all the rifles they would want. Deep molly down the vent, but it's Oxygen once again lurking towards lobby. This could be a nice and easy anti-eco crush, but remember, Dragon has the AK, so this is still potential for the T's. He's going all the way up to T roof.
It's very interesting. They must have heard that. They have to know that somebody is on silent. Look at them. 3 players are already facing Marshmallow, just waiting as a firing squad for Oxygen's head to peek out. Does he know? Has he any idea? The answer is no, as they obliterate him.
Yeah, that's why you don't try to do that kind of skill jump. You know, it is going to make noise for sure, and your team, your opponents are not going to be sitting ducks. That's actually an AK given over, by the way, so Kindo now has that rifle. Thanks to a lot to Oxygen for the donation.
It's one of those.
40 seconds left on the clock, though, so this is still a potential heartbreak for Partisan.
One of those high-risk, low-reward plays.
Yeah.
Didn't really pan out for Oxygen at that point. Very little time left on the clock, and Partisan need to speed things up if they want to get to a bomb site. They have to do so. They're going to swarm that B-bomb site. Spellin might be in trouble. He has a teammate over at Splitter. That's the Rainwaker. They're going to have to be perfect here. Partisan rather are going to have to be perfect here. Spellin only good for 1, but they need to stick the bomb plant. There's Collins with 2. And now things have completely crumbled for the Bulgarian side as Red Star still interested, sniffing around the bomb site. Dragon awaits, and he knew what was going on. Finds the frag, ends the round, and Pistols only 1 rifle bought in this round. That was enough for Partisan to get their 3rd.
Yeah, 1 rifle bought, but 2 rifles used for that retake. Again, a lot goes back to Oxygen. If those plays work out, that's actually one of those things that's why people are like, what's going on, 500? What's going on? I'm a little suspicious here, because those kinds of plays can feel so impossible. Cirque attempts to hold on to his op. Should be good for the refrag. Dragon will drop. And remember, this is a lot of damage dealt to the T's. Their money is not exactly flush. They'll have a buy next round, but they don't want to keep throwing good money after bad. So Cirque will keep the sniper. Unfortunately, that's the most frags in 1 round he's found with the op. So doesn't want to be in that position all the time. And this is really questionable as well. Red Star with a shadow disadvantage trying to peek towards radio. That would never work.
At a certain point, you got to pull the plug and know when to quit. Yeah. You know when the round is over. Red Star didn't. But Collins is popping off.
Yeah, that's a good point,
4 frags isn't saying much, but if we kind of take into account how all of those 4 frags looked, that doesn't feel really good if you're on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, I mean, it was 2 rounds in a row where he got 2 kills. And, Cirque missed a sitter there. Broke the smoke on his own, but couldn't quite see through all the particles. Kindo will lurk through as a result, and, well, you can tell. Rotations have come out. The Opper going down the stairs. Okay, and Oxygen, he might get caught here. Oh, no, somehow he takes Emmy away. That feels like an unforced error from the side of the Serbians. He'll reclaim a AK-47. He's trying to pay out the debt that he got himself into last round. So he'll say, hey, your team, have an AK. I gave them 1 last round. I'll give you 1 this round. It'll be great.
Another slow round from the T's as they want to make their way toward the A-bomb side. That flash was really good as Dragon takes down Spellin, but still a lot of work left to be done by Partisan. Let's see what's going to happen here as Cirque has an idea where Collins can pop out of. But he needs to be careful as he is the only line of defense. That timing was insane. And maybe that could be costly even for Partizan at this point, because they probably think that the B-bomb site is empty, especially now that Restar found Vladan. And this is one messy round the Bulgarians are fragging out. Kindo with an answer. But so much work left to be done. And so little time, 10 seconds on the clock. They need to get to that bomb site, and that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, not in a million years. And Oxygen, that one frag was enough. They know this round is over, and Partizan, they might be kicking themselves for this round. It was confusing even from our perspective, and we have X-rays.
Yeah, that round was a mess. I gotta tell you though, Cirque, I really don't like him patrolling lower with an op. I feel like that's the easiest way to get flashed off an angle, naded into oblivion. There's so much anti-strat, anti-utility that people use when they're taking the lower site. If you're expecting them to contact, which might be a bit of an anti-strat against Partizan specifically, maybe it's a little bit of a different story. You can say, okay, there's an argument to be made, but he wasn't even holding an angle. He was just moving back and forth and allows Collins to potentially win that round for his team. It doesn't end up going that way, but the room for that particular outcome was still there. And Partizan will take attack. 500 already burned through one of their own, so tit for tat on that front, but definitely favoring 500 so far in the scoreline in the rounds won. Still, brittle economy on both sides. That does mean that we're going to see some interesting Counter-Strike in the next few rounds.
Oh, yeah. Neck and neck affair currently on Nuke, as both teams are actually facing a reset. 500 just waving it off for now, but they're still not out of the woods yet, as only one player survived that previous round. Partizan, that is not a buy you want to have at a point where your opponent could start to slip away result-wise. And again, a long-held status quo is going to be in this round as well. Very slow rounds played from the T side as they're waiting for somebody to make a mistake, but 500, they have been very selective about their poking and prodding toward the map. A few aggressive plays that, well, had mixed results, and now they're playing quite passively.
Yeah, Red Star and Oxygen burrowed in, but they'll both face Vladan for the multi-kill spray down. That is going to allow him to get so much done. Control's already been taken. Cirque gets picked outside. I don't know if Kindo spotted Spellin, but if he did, well, that's another dead man walking. Instead, it looks like the IGL of 500 will slink back to where he came from. Rainwaker, the only other member alive, and he is burrowed into ramp right now. So this is a fourth round for Partizan. The question is, will they try to go for any equipment upgrades, find another A1S that they can grab? Really on either side of the squad, actually, but I was thinking Partizan when I said that. Emmy's still rocking the CT SMG. To some extent, I mean, nobody's ever really tried to math out how good that is on a push compared to, maybe you could think of trying to retake with it as a similar thing, but usually it's a different map state. Collins could get ambushed here. Doesn't look like it's going to happen just yet.
Yeah, not planning on it. But that transfer from Kindo was a play and a half that solely won them the round, and Spellin not gonna keep that M4 as Collins is gonna die. But that is irrelevant at this point, as Partizan have won the round and saved 4 guns at that. A 1-round game, and look at that. That was Vladan. I apologize. Their cams are actually mixed up. I mean, both of them are named Vladan as their first names, so it's not really a mistake when you look at it that way.
That's right, yeah. You just know, you know, it's not a big deal to you, but you know them. You're on a first-name basis with them, so makes a lot of sense. No, yeah, I think Vladan did really, really well there. I also can use this opportunity to soapbox about how dumb it is that you name yourself your gamer tag after your first name. Don't do that. But do this as Dragon goes for plenty of action there. It's a storm of the A-bomb side, and Oxygen, he's been cowed back up in heaven. Exchanging all sorts of utility there, but eventually the bomb will go down. I think Collins may have forgotten that he had it. He's like sitting there wondering, who's planting the bomb? Oh, it's me. It happens to me all the time.
Hey guys, what are you doing? You're trolling.
Yeah.
Happens all the time. So relatable.
See? Just like me, for real.
Exactly. Basically, the difference, I would say, is quite,
quite
marginal.
Slim, quite
slim.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's funny because Partisan did say in the interview, oh yeah, we're going to try to play it like it's Face It.
Exactly.
I thought that was cute, you know? So it's like, yeah, it really is relatable. I too run up against
I do have to say
5
one thing. If they actually play Face It so slowly, like they've been playing in 9 out of the 10 rounds played so far, then, like, I would hate to play Face It against them.
The nerdiest moves on the T side possible. They're just drilling their practice. You know, they're using Face It as extra team prac. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's definitely true, though. The 5-stack difference is a completely different story.
Though this round was a change of pace.
Oh, yeah.
They just ran toward the A-bomb site, took it by storm, and they got themselves to a tied result after 10 rounds played. And 500, they were hoping to get that counter reset again. Not going to happen. Now they have to go eco, and they're going to have something to work with. Not this time. That scout not going to hit his target, though Cirque was not with the small sniper. That might be the reason why it missed.
I was going to say, Spellin's no Cirque, that's for sure. Instead, he's burrowed into the A-bomb site. Rainwaker and Oxygen are trying to combine. Oh! Oxygen, I believed in the Deagle for a moment, but he gets taken out pretty quickly there by Dragon.
We'll wait for the rotates. This is basically a stack towards ramp as the CTs are at the ready. Rainwaker finds 2. Oh, that was pretty, but Partisan should know. They should have information that more than one, at the very least, more than one player is towards ramp. And the good thing for them, they didn't lose the bomb. Collins saw the sniper, but the sniper saw him, and he's ready to disengage, get the hell out of Dodge, not fight a scout. 50 seconds on the clock as they have an idea of where they could go. But can they get to their destination? That's the question.
Yeah, the danger here from the scout is not actually getting killed by it. It's just getting tagged because you know the lesser weaponry like Rainwaker's 3-frag SMG can easily take you out of the picture early. Now it's a 2-on-3. Still very doable there as Spellin is spotted out yet again by Kindo. He's going to smoke off Vinny. That's a pretty sensible play given his situation. The utility will definitely force the CTs back. Oh, or maybe not. I think that Molly missed the mark. Bomb will go down. Rainwaker thinking about storming that smoke. He hears Kindo moving around, but oh yeah, he's going to charge him down. And again, with that SMG with 4 frags, could he go for the ace? He might have to as Vladin, almost takes Cirque out as well. And it's just a 2-4. There you go. 500 are going to be happy about that. Stealing away a 6th, and that was a round they shouldn't have won.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Partisan have bottled it a little bit as they lost 2 players towards ramp to that good positioning from the side of 500, but afterwards just couldn't get the control necessary. Lost the player even before they got to that A-bomb site, and when the bomb was planted, 2 players could not hold the site as 500 are back in the lead. Let's see if Partisan have something in store for the final round of the first half. There's a buy.
Pointing out now that as Partisan are looking to tie things up, they do not have that T-side sniper. Kindo was on that a few times, including last round. Did not quite work out for him. So back onto the AK. Partially for lack of funds. Cirque still rocking the sniper. He's had it for most of this CT half, but his scoreline is a little bit unremarkable. Oxygen's going to get cleared by Vladin. Now it's got to be Dragon. Eventually the trade comes through as Vladin took Cirque out instead, and now with an advantage, Partisan stormed the upper site yet again.
Yeah, they got a man advantage. They got control of the site, and things are looking dire for 500. Spamming through the smoke. Red Star hits 2. All right, I can see why there was so much talking on social media as only 2 Partisan players remain. Dragon makes it doable for him and his teammate, but Emmy only on 3 HP, trying to spam back through that smoke, not gonna find anything just yet. Time is their friend at the moment because they have a bit less than 50 seconds left. They can reposition, change their idea, but Dragon falls, and Emmy, that's gonna be 3 HP and a dream of clutching this round.
Yeah, it feels like an unforced error from Dragon to not be watching the one angle he was exposed to at that point. Spellin might end up getting ahead of himself, though. He's not waiting too long, making a lot of noise. Red Star can flank out, but if Emmy has time to clear him, oh no, just narrowly missed the angle. He'll never turn around, and apparently Spellin won't either. There you go. Emmy's going to slink away towards Divider, and it's a one-on-one for the half.
Yeah, a bit of a fortuitous first kill, but still one left to be found. Is there a kid on Red Star? That's the question, because he's going to have to do this quick. He needs to find Emmy. One shot will suffice, but Emmy is playing this perfectly, not giving him a chance, not giving him a hope, and it's a clutch for the captain to get us to a tied half at map number 1.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Neck-and-neck affair on map number 1 as Nuke is tied at the half thanks to a late Emmy clutch. Partizan still keeping themselves alive and more than enough, because 6 rounds as a T-half on Nuke, I'd be pretty happy with that. 500, it's time for them to shine on the attacking side.
If they can. Remember, Partizan's map pick, it is a bit of a punish as 500 vetoed Dust 2 instead of Nuke. So either they had a game plan ready for Nuke, or they just really wanted to avoid Partizan on Dust 2, which seems statistically a bit of an outlier. Either way, they come into the offense, and while it is a pretty good neck-and-neck affair, as you said, 500 have a lot of work to show us. Can they end up taking it by storm? Certainly stacking towards the A-bomb site. They've cut all noise. Nobody's really gotten super inquisitive. Colin's going to come up from Secret and peer out towards Yard. That'll be the first little bit of information that Partizan get on this CT pistol. And just like the previous half, it's going to be a slow start.
Oh yeah, a slow burn with this round, as 500 players are now just finding their bearings on the T side, maybe letting Partizan sweat before they strike.
5 Kevlars for 500. They definitely want a brawl. Cirque is trying to take Dragon's head off. Does gush him from range. And finally, Red Star is shown. Kendo with still 16 bullets left in those dualies. And he's got backup from Vlad, and he comes back up mini and even handles Spellin, riposting the attack on multiple fronts. There's support from Emmy, but he needs to do a lot of work there, and he's taken out as well. It's all onto Dragon with 9 points of health.
Oh, not a chance, not a hope in the world as Oxygen takes his head clean off. For a moment, it seems like the dualies will do work, but not enough, not this time. 500 back in the lead, and I'm questioning and thinking, did Partizan actually get a lead at any point of this map so far? Because it was constantly close, but I feel like it's Partizan who has been kind of trailing and catching up to the scoreline for the entire time.
Yeah, Partizan's lead was the pistol round. After that, they were reset, and everything else was history. With 500 getting this, and of course being able to secure their T-side victory, we will see another CT force buy. And, you know, things aren't out of the question here, especially as Collins goes unchecked there in that mini position. The fire not making him too hot to handle. He's actually going to lurk down towards the CT vent and get himself down to the lower bomb site. Dragon once again tasked with ramp, this time equipped with a 5.7 and head armor. He might need to flash himself out of danger. Kendo will post up with the scout. That'll help one target end up getting dealt with a lot easier, especially as Oxygen, well, he takes the face, and there's no opportunity yet for a reprise. There we go. Dragon, at the very least, will take one out, and there's some damage dealt from Kindo, but this looks like a lower take that's going to be very hard to uproot.
Oh, yeah, definitely going to be quite difficult. Collins does have a few pieces of utility to work, but Vlada knows he needs to go for an info play. He needs to get at least something and pray for the best. Changing of guns for the side of 540 seconds left. Somebody on the Partizan side needs to make a heroic play, and Collins will not be that individual, as in the worst possible time, he decided to rotate off that B-bomb site, regroup with his teammates. At the very least, of course, they can keep what they have, as they do have Kevlar and pistols, a few nades to work with in the next round, but 500 should be securing this one quite easily.
Yeah, Oxygen's steady hand guides them towards that lower bomb site, and really at this point, I don't even know if you can go for exits without worrying about losing the trivial pieces of weaponry you've got equipped. 500 will go up to 8 rounds on their opponent's map pick. And we talked about this in the camera segment. It's worth pointing out Partizan are the team that should be winning Nuke.
Yeah.
If they drop Nuke, you can almost write off Mirage, and we'll be going to break much faster than expected. So that's sort of the stakes here right now, with 500 leading narrowly. A narrow lead is still a lead, and they'll be pleased with that outcome. Still plenty of weapons into the next round as well for the attackers, so it does feel like the Bulgarian squad is sitting at enough advantage that it's really down to Partizan to uproot. It's not just that they've been trailing, but this particular complexion looks like it's going to be an easy time to get 9. And at that point, we could even see the Bulgarians run away with it. It really comes down to what Partizan's game plan is on the CT side, and whether their aimers can remind themselves exactly how to shoot properly.
Yeah, weirdly enough, nobody popping off so far on their side. Though you can say the same about 500, as Oxygen is getting frags, which might be putting mind games into perspective. 2-round advantage for 500, as Partizan have kept some of the weaponry from the previous round. Even that SMG might help them in this one. So this is far from over, this round number 15. They have something to fight with. Definitely something to fight for.
Oh, yeah. Cirque is yet to commit to any one location with the bomb. At first, I thought maybe it would be ramp, but they seem to just be setting up for a more typical upper hit. Oxygen certainly getting a lot of value there, and they have a lurk towards Secret, but Dragon will actually show himself. Might not have been the most ferocious breath weapon, especially as Oxygen is decapitated by Vlad, and that's going to give a little bit of a lifeline over, especially if Vlad can somehow steal away that AK-47. I think he bit off a little more than he can chew there, and his HE might have even blown it away from him, so that's a quick trade. That was an opportunity for Partizan to maybe double down, at least equalize the numbers, but since then, it's looking pretty rough. And Emmy, could have been caught on a timing there. Not going to happen. No kill through mini. Rough stuff with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, but this could be costly for 500. They've spent so much time doing nothing. 20 seconds left. They got to hurry up if they have a hope to do something in this round. They need to find those frags, and this 5-7 should not do any damage. Red Scar deletes Semi, and Kindo falls as well. Collins at their feet. Maybe a chance, but Red Star will take him out too. And a round that could have been Partizan's in a weird turn of affairs goes easily into the hands of the Bulgarians.
Yeah, you know, if you're looking at that from the outside and you take the clock out of the picture, you're just wondering, wait, what's the problem? There's no issues whatsoever. It looks casual, but if one kill goes differently, it slows everything down. Admittedly, when the scout is in the back of the site, and the scout generally on Nuke is really most useful from ramp and from outside. When it's indoors, otherwise, you're going to be looking at a rough time of it for Kindo. So that doesn't really surprise me. But now he's brought out the big green, and this will be an opportunity for him to find impact late into the second half of Nuke as we get deeper in. And another point, too, that I think is important there is Vladin getting a little bit too antsy. He's going to need to be a steadier hand, and is so for now. Traded by Red Star. Collins has found the IGL in the meanwhile, and oh man, Red Star's really popping off. He's traded by Cirque, and now it's down in a 2-on-2. This is going to be expensive. potential here for Partisan to claw it back. It's Cirque in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, Kindo's flick gives them a chance and puts Cirque in a very awkward position. They know his exact location and the hunt has begun, but they really need to be careful not to let him have those isolated duels going through the lines towards ramp. This is a smart play, evading the CTs and at the very least putting himself in a situation where he could plant the bomb and then the world is his oyster. Once the bomb is planted, a 1v2 is quite doable. No utility to work with. He would probably wish that he had a smoke, maybe even a flash. Nothing gonna come of it. And Partizan players do have 3 flashes in their inventory and they're playing together. They want to get their trade and get the first round on the board in the second half. Will Cirque stand in their way? That is the question. Playing from dark. Just waiting for the first point of contact, waiting and trying to isolate a duel. Might even get a chance. There's Kindo through double doors. Dragon falls. Kindo next. He's gonna fall as well. And there's a clutch for Cirque, not letting Partizan have anything on their CT side.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker if you're on the Partisan side. It looks so unlikely for the Serbians to rally now. This could be a one-sided affair yet to post on the defensive side. And, well, Partisan are going to have a lot of work to do, that's for sure. Vladen is able to get the better of Oxygen, which is a good kill to find early on. But Red Star really delivered in this round. And then, of course, Cirque for the 1-on-2. Dragon and Kindo took a long time to rotate down to even sniff out that it could have been a lower play. We saw Dragon actually change his angle from Squeaky, see if maybe there was going to be a wraparound to lobby, but he never checked trophy. It's a hard call to make because that is isolated into a 1-on-1. Makes sense for him to be a little bit more cautious about it, but I think we're going to be looking at a Bulgarian victory here. It looks more and more likely that 500 will take it, and a lot of that is down to just their heads-up duels being better. In that last particular round, the fact that Dragon and Kindo take so long to rotate down to the lower site, there was 20 seconds left on the bomb when they actually pulled the trigger and moved onto the site. At that point, you've got to find the kill when you have no kit.
Yeah, not a good position for the Belgrade side as 500 are finally getting a few more rounds of an advantage. I think the most they had in the first half was 2, if I remember correctly. It was not a big lead at any point. Now this lead seems quite dangerous, especially with the weaponry on the side of Partizan. We could see 500 on 11. And having a 5-round advantage in the second half is something that more often than not results in a map. Partizan need to think of something. I mean, 500 from a tied result, they got the pistol, they got the conversions that weren't too easy at times, and then they got the first gun round. It's not like this is a close and shut case, but so far it seems dire for the black and white.
Yeah, especially with Collins having to cede control of ramp there. It's the right play to keep himself alive, but he's not able to take any of the T's down. And you think about the anatomy of these force-buy victories, especially when Deagles are concerned, you need a kill or 2 from range before they get close to a bomb site, or you need to be able to upgrade your weaponry with good positioning there. And Kindo will drop down into dark. Oxygen can clear that relatively easily, but does he expect Dragon from control? As Collins falls elsewhere, is going to be looking like a very straightforward case of 500 storming the lower bomb site. Oh, coming in from Splitter, and they do indeed split. Kindo cracked open. It's Dragon. We'll get 1 frag, but that's just a consolation victory. Emmy and Vladen are all that's left here. And, well, Vladen's so far away, it might as well just be Emmy. 1-on-4. He makes noise, keeps him interested. There's really no hope for them in this round. The most that they can do is grab some AKs on the way out. And that's a big if into itself. That's almost like the final boss, and then you realize that there's a second phase, and, oh, yeah, I got to get rounds on the board. 500 are going for 11.
Yep, 11 secured as Emmy just dances around office trying to find maybe an exit frag, something that's gonna ruin the day, at least a little bit for the side of 500. Both he
was committed to it. Went down with the ship. Yeah, I can't believe Vladen also died. That is rough stuff. I mean, he only had an MP9, so in some level you can say it was fine, but here's Cirque with that kill onto Collins. He was actually brought down kind of low. That could have been a Collins 1D, but that's an angle you never expect. That's certainly not something you're drilling in DM or anything, so no surprises that Collins goes down there. The big surprise here is that 500 have so handily defeated Partisan on their map pick, and it does feel like they have been defeated, but they have one last buy here. If this gets broken, 500 can call it a wrap. You can say, yeah, we did it. Got through what should have been the tougher part. Partisan are going to have to rally for a Mirage upset in order to extend the series. So that's what's on file here on the menu.
They're going to have to do something
too
different.
definitive yet from 500. They haven't decided where to go.
Oh, that jump, Kindo, fast.
Okay.
That's a good way to acclimatize yourself as an opper. A fresh one at that. Good start. And Rainwaker actually gets the frag onto Emmy. That should not have happened in any universes. He's still on 52 HP. He can continue the fight. A lot of control onto 500. At the beginning of the round, I wanted to say Partisan need to do something. They need to do something more aggressive. Get some info. And they're doing just that with that push from Dragon. But how much info will that gather? As 500, though, they have been playing quite slow, so an aggressive push like this can actually turn the tides of the round, and from what it seems, it should. Rainwaker at the wait, at the ready, 30 seconds left, and now 500 are ready to pounce towards the site. Vladan defending Collins in support. They could even go to the other side if they want to. If they find that it suits them better. Molotov towards heaven. Vladan is going to find one frag, but Collins is dead. And it seems that Vladan is going to follow him into the Shadow Realm, but maybe gave Kindo a chance. Bomb will get planted. Kindo can't stop that. He's definitely going to sniff around that A-bomb side and search for the frag that could get him into a 1v1. Not going to happen. 6 map points for 500.
Yeah, that's really an insurmountable lead now. It already felt that way when they scored 11, but Partisan maybe could have resurged in the late half. This frag from Kindo was kind of delivered to him on a silver platter, but Emmy, that was a much worse look for the IGL of Partisan. He should have been able to get that frag. He knew where he was with the jump spot. He had the opportunity there, and it was an angle that, realistically speaking, he was advantaged for. So to drop that kill to Rainwaker, that's a rough look, and that kind of is showing you Partisan are maybe slow to wake in this series. 500, on the other hand, look like Titans as they just smite Partisan for the time being. The defenders breaking repeatedly. Another compromised buy for Partisan as they stare down the barrel of 6 match points of their opponent.
I mean, as a captain, what do you say? If they could do it, why not wait? Don't forget, 500 is the one that chained together 6 rounds in a row. Partisan looking for the same, and Oxygen burning in that molly, left on 55 HP, though that is something he has the luxury of, as his team does have the much better weaponry. Partisan in the hopes of using those MP9s to their advantage at close quarters to stop an attack, but it's so annoying when you play against a team that's playing so slowly. Yeah, they find a way to make you spend your utility completely, and then they just swarm toward a site where, what, you got 2-3 players guarding it? Yeah, they're just going to trade away, and that's basically it.
Oh, well, magic timing through the smoke will help. Vladan gives Rainwaker and Red Star as well a taste of their own medicine. It's 4-on-5. Red Star definitely known for his smoke spams. Spellin wants to see if he can spot out Emmy. Okay, doing better as the captain of Partisan after that unfortunate round. And this one looks like, okay, 500 have ran out of steam. Winning too fast, they needed to recalibrate, and at least Circle get rid of that sniper as Collins dances around the corner. No opportunity for a free op from Kindo. They'd need to toss an HE over there and hope it glitches through the fence. And, well, that's a lot of steps for a team that doesn't even have the grenades. So Partisan will stay alive. And there's 2 schools of thought here, Luba. Either you are saying, GG, go next, let's save our energy. Or, in my opinion, the championship mentality here claw back every opportunity you get. Stay in until the going is gone. If you lose, lose with dignity. Lose with some more respect on your name, on their lips. 500 have been walking over you. Show them that you have teeth. And now, with more guns on their side, they do have teeth. But 500 have another buy easily, pulling out 5 AKs. Cirque deciding not to go for the sniper. They want maybe a little bit more flexibility in that. Or maybe they just narrowly couldn't afford it. Spellin getting spammed through the smoke a little bit, but not to the extent where he is dropped. Just half health or so. As this is a rare outside take from 500, they will go towards Secret. They will certainly threaten that lower site. This is an area of Partisan that hasn't really been tested yet, but Emmy is up to the challenge.
Let's not forget the fact that Partisan, during the streak of 500, they've only had 2 good full buys. So they might change their fate right now. Not going to happen when Collins is out on the open on a silver platter for the Bulgarian player, as he's going to get taken down. 40-ish seconds remaining, and 500 have the control needed. Where will they strike? That is the question. Partisan need to think. Somebody's going to have to make a heroic play, get the multi-frag needed to give them a chance and continue Nuke onward. That's going to be even more difficult as Emmy is dead. 5 on 3. 500 seem to have this map in the bag. Unless a play comes in. That's the start. Vladon finds a frag, but gets snuffed out. Only Kindo that remains, but still more pressure to arrive, and he is the only guy on his feet. Still fighting, still kicking, but not finding anything. 13-7, 500. I can't even say that they stole away this opposing team's map pick, given the fact that Partisan in the second half, they didn't prove to be a difficult opponent in this state of affairs. 500 lead in this qualification best of 3, 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, and 1-0 doesn't tell the whole story. You're absolutely right. With 1 CT round posted in the half, and it was well after all of the other attempts had failed for 500 to clutch it out here easily. Clinch the match with the most wins, and they are looking good going on to Mirage, which will be even more favored statistically. I didn't think that they would necessarily be pushovers when it came to Nuke, but I do view it as a punish pick, and the fact that Partisan weren't able to punish, in fact, the ones got punished, that definitely feels rough for the boys in the black and white. So hopefully they can rally and give us a show on Mirage, but that was a little rough to watch in that second half.
Yeah, it was one-sided, to say the least, because they had a few good buys and they couldn't really do anything. They had to say goodbye to map number 1. Their map pick goes to the side of 500. Of course, Mirage is the second map. Inferno, if we need it, should we need it, will be the decider. But they need to pick themselves up as soon as possible if they really want to make this a tight best of 3, because Nuke, sadly, was a very one-sided affair, and Partisan need to, especially, I mean, the problem is 500 had some really good in individual plays, and they weren't too flashy, they weren't fantastic, but it's enough for Red Star to walk into a site and click 2 heads, and that's basically round over, round done and dusted. And Partisan, I know it sounds simple, I know it sounds a little stupid, but they need to do something. Somebody on their side, when it comes time for Mirage, they're going to have to do the same thing.
Yeah, you got to shut 500 up somehow in terms of their fraggers, and that exactly where they ended up falling down, because they were just getting, better advantages in some cases with positioning or with utility, but 500 were just clicking their heads. And, when you have that kind of situation, it does end up feeling unplayable. That old tip, that famous tip now, sometimes your opponent is having a really good day. Yeah. That can happen, and it seems like maybe that is happening for 500, whereas on the side of Partisan, it does feel like they're struggling to find their form. And we've seen players like Dragon, there was little glimmers of hope there, kind of indicative of that Rush B match that we were talking about earlier in the pregame, where, okay, yeah, Rush B are in a situation where maybe they're favored in terms of firepower, but Partisan should be able to hang with them. And for some rounds they could, and other rounds was just a bulldozer. It's very similar. And if that's the way that Mirage is going to go, it's going to be a rough showing for the boys in black and white. So I hope that Serbian side can rally. not just for the sake of their own, but also for the sake of you.
Yeah, for the sake of the broadcast, man. I mean, I know. Listen. I'm notorious that when it comes time for like local teams to try and do something international, if I'm the one casting it, they're gonna lose. Sadly, I'm sorry, Partizan. Maybe it was my fault in the end, but I want to see a good best of 3. This is a qualification best of 3, and sadly, Nuke didn't really give us anything. Of course, hopefully Mirage will. 500 lead 1-0 in this best of 3. We're going to go over to a short break, and we'll be back with Mirage.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Zoráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're waiting for the second map of this qualification best of 3 to start. 500 lead 1-0. Partizan trying to claw their way back on the opposing team's map pick. Mirage, not their favorite map. We'll see what they can do now that their backs are against the wall, Pronoga.
Oh, their backs are definitely against the wall, and 500 seem to have their crosshairs placed expertly so today. Their aim has definitely been, well, something you can't argue with, that's for sure. And even Red Star finding a couple of smoke kills on Nuke, that was enough to turn the tide, even on some of the closer rounds, where maybe the scoreline could have looked a little bit more favorable for the boys in black and white. But I think even if you take those rounds out of the equation, you're still talking about a close win for 500, and that's still a win for 500 that Partizan could ill afford. Now going on to Mirage, with a deficit for the Serbian side, they are going to be trying to upset the odds, upset the apple cart. I don't know if Bulgarians like apples, but I do.
Who doesn't like apples? That's a weird thing not to like. All right.
I agree.
We're going to find out, of course, what the both teams can do. In fact, given that 500 actually, before they changed, or before like ships left and they got Red Star, they were on a 3-map losing streak, if I can remember correctly, on Mirage, fixing things up afterwards. And I'm curious to see how that's going to look, of course, now that they're going to play Mirage against Partizan. Again, we spoke about the percentages, not the best percentages for the side of Partizan on this map, but there's like, if you want to fix things, you got to start from somewhere, and this might actually be a good place to start, especially in such an important best of 3 that is ahead of us. Last map, we saw Rainwaker actually get a lot of kills, but more importantly, I have to say, on the side of 500, it was Red Star that actually got those impact frags in the most crucial rounds, especially like even on the T side as well as on the CT side. Partizan get to a side, he gets a few smoke kills, or kills through the smoke rather, and Partizan is kind of dead in their tracks. So hopefully the boys in the black and white will try and fix things, maybe on Mirage, and maybe get some payback for those smoke kills as well.
Yeah, that would be a good one. You could see the impact rating pretty high there for Red Star, despite having less frags than his top frag teammate. We also saw Vladin actually doing pretty well on the side of Partizan, and he's going to need to be the shining star, apparently, because, you know, Dragon, who normally is very reliable, I should see a better performance out of him on Mirage. But overall, on Nuke, he definitely left us sufficiently whelmed, I would say, as we also see Cirque on your screen there. Cirque and Oxygen have been really the 1-2 punch for some of 500's CT sides. And while Cirque started us off, he cooled off pretty quickly after the opening rounds of Nuke. Oxygen and Red Star were able to combine. It does surprise me that Rainwaker ended up top fragging in that last game. That's one of those things where you look at it and you think, wait a second, there's so many other impact frags happening from some of the other players. And obviously we remember the 1-on-2 that Cirque ended up winning at one point on the T side. There's loads of impact. Spellin has apparently an embarrassment of riches when it comes to the squad that he's assembled there. On the side of Partizan, though, they have been struggling a bit more to find form, and hopefully Vladin's not the only one who can make some good impact happen.
A bit of a messy run of form that in the past, well, we can say in the past few months, I mean, ever since the 2025 started, they had some good results, but they also had some bad ones. Especially, I think Mirage is probably the best map to look at things in that regard, because they can actually hold their own against teams that, like Bait, for example. Bait are playing on the major, but also they go to like ESEA Advanced and they lose there on Mirage against some random mixed teams. So it's very hit or miss. And sadly for Partizan, Mirage is mostly miss for them. Hopefully they will change things up and make themselves stand a chance on this map, make their lives a bit easier, and make this show a bit more entertaining and send us to Inferno. Unless 500, of course, can just swish them away, squash them, and move on forward to decide their top 8 matches.
That is what is on the line. Still another chance for Partizan if they drop here. But after getting to this position, thanks to a default win over GUN5, due to those pesky scheduling conflicts that sometimes plague Tier 2 Counter-Strike.
Oh, yeah.
Partizan definitely are in a... they're in over their heads, it feels like. Let's see if they can change the narrative. 500 are certainly not changing much. Now, Mirage is, of course, an infamous map for the particular matchup we're seeing here, but 500 also in particular, they play a slow T side, don't they, Luba? So we're definitely going to be expecting to be seeing what we're seeing now, even when the rifles are out.
Late smoke to window. That's going to give them control of mid as Partizan. They don't really have a lot of luxury of going for an info play this late in the round. They can maybe think about that this could end towards A, especially if Kindo gets the frag onto Palace, but Rainwaker not giving him a chance. And that's a +1 for 500. Now a change of pace. They need to find the frags. The CTs not finding absolutely anything as they're gooshed, dinked on each side of the map and taken out one by one. The site belongs to the Bulgarians as Vladan and Dragon are the only ones remaining. Currently, their job is to maybe try and search for some exit frags, maybe save the 2 pieces of Kevlar they have, but not much more they will find as 500 get their first on the board.
Yes, it's the boring answer, but the correct answer. Save what you've got rather than give it up. Oxygen will offer 1 frag towards Dragon. An emissary that brings gifts. We remember his play outside on Nuke, doing the same thing, but with an AK in hand, so a little bit more impactful. Dragon will eventually be overwhelmed, and it looks like Vladan will stay alive, but that is the only consolation for Partizan, who have dropped 3 out of 3 pistols so far. Oh, no, that's not true. They did take Nuke, but they got reset immediately after, so that's what they're going to look
probably
to do on 500.
Worse.
Yeah, for sure. On the CT side, it can be, and that is not the best of positions to be in. They attempted to do that when 500 took the T-pistol, but they were unsuccessful. Only posting a single round in the second half of Nuke is a rough run of form for the boys in black and white. At the very least, Vladin's still cracking shots, so hopefully he can do more. Kindo in mid will be smoked off. No Deagle heroics yet. They boosted Dragon up onto B, so that's one thing to write home about. If there's a little bit of damage dealt to 500 before then, that boost becomes a lot more impactful, because otherwise it is going to be a one-and-done position, traded out easily. Utility unlikely to be used over there, so there's a little bit of a silver lining to that spot as Vladin continues to anchor down B. Nobody towards Palace, nobody towards A main. For the T's, they are taking control of middle instead. Collins has already taken some damage.
Yeah, a bit of a textbook play coming in for 500 as they have control of mid. Now they can decide which site they like best, and it seems that their decision is to go towards B. 3 guys going towards short as that flash is going to give them a bit more room, and they're running towards Vladan's 5-7. Good for 1, nothing more. There's Kindo with the Deagle, and also there's the danger of that MP9 lurking at the site. We'll see what they can do, and if they can stop this attack. Kindo just dancing around the site. The Dragon's dead. He can't do anything, and they're going to run them over, run them down. And 500 doubling up, getting their second round. Collins alive, but just barely.
You know, I thought for sure I was going to be set up for him to get a couple of frags in that boosted position. We could call it the Dragon Lair accruing a horde, but instead it was Just Rainwaker headshotting him, so not nearly as mythical as we would have hoped. It's now a 2-man situation for Partisan with very low HP onto Collins. He's safely away from the bomb blast radius, no matter how far Valve increases it, and we should be seeing not just a 2-round start for 500, but likely a 3rd going into the next round, as the force buy was unsuccessful for the Serbian side.
Yep, the force buy brought them nothing. They can still invest in something if they want. Of course, a 5-7 here and there, maybe to do some damage, but not much more than that, as they are going to have that 157N SMG with Kevlar available in Rainwaker. 6th sense to sense the player on the box.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're Dragon at that point, you really can't really do anything. Just get clotheslined, destroyed. Can't even react on time, so 500 looking pretty to start things off on Mirage.
Yes, as this is not a very heavy investment for Partisan, it's probably worth lingering a little bit more on how exactly Dragon gets taken out there. It's because there's 3 Ts, so 2 others can clear every other angle. It gives you that flexibility, as Kindo is not able to stuff things or slow things, cause any chaos, draw much attention in his default position, so Horse Dragon just gets cleared. No hope in hell of throwing a wrench into the plans of 500, as they are now going to be going towards a stack. I'm not so sure that they're prepared for this one. Definitely not the right info, but Emmy could get spammed through the smoke. He will, but at the very least, his dying breath will uncork that smoke. And Colin's actually going for a push. I don't know about that one, buddy. Gonna get cleared immediately. And yeah, this is an open shut round. Partisan will be down to 0-3 start, and it is their opponent's map pick. They didn't look super comfy on their CT side of Nuke, but at this point, we're really grasping for straws if we're hoping for Partisan to show us some life. They got to start as soon as they get rifles into their hand in round 4.
Yeah, and there's fairly little straws available as Red Star gets a frag while in the air, and he's going to take out Dragon as well. 3-0. Start things off on Mirage, but we're proceeding to the first gun round of map number 2. And let's see what the Belgrade boys can do now that they have the weapons necessary, given that they decided to force buy that gives them more money in terms of loss bonus. So they could really have a good investment with the prospect of 500 still being on a bonus. That, of course, puts Partisan in a position where they could at least get one on the board to start with.
Yeah, that would be a compulsory round, I think, for Partisan to show us that they have some life. Because even in these open and shut rounds where they have less favorable weaponry after losing that pistol, nothing really has shown that Partisan is still working with it. I mean, Colin's trying to phase a smoke. I understand it on some level. Red Star getting 2 jumping frags in as many rounds, by the way, just the way that the MAC-10 works. But yeah, overall, looking at the way that these rounds have gone, Partisan really haven't had a chance to shoot back. And when you're talking about 1st to 13, it is a different story. You can't always seed that that conversion and bonus round every single time. And that's been 2 CT sides in a row where Partisan have dropped the opening 3. I don't think it'll be as bad as it was on Nuke, but it could be, and that's the scary thing. I'm not seeing too much that's going to change my mind just yet.
Yeah, exactly. Not looking good, but Kindo with the up. Big green, first time we see it on Mirage. Let's see what he can do. Still, the Vladans on the side of Partisan, their cams are mixed. As we can see, Kindo on Vladan's cam and vice versa.
Easy to confuse the two. Worth pointing out as well that actually they had put Kindo on stairs, which is not the most common angle for the op to be, not a super uncommon one either, but I like the idea of flexing different positions. If that was going to be a fast A hit, 500 can obviously get the wrong intel on that. Now they've got to clear that, be mindful of that every single time, and you need every bit of advantage you can get. Emmy thinks so too, as he pushes out relatively fast ahead of any incoming push. That's a cheeky angle he can get one frag and fall back on, but Oxygen, he's got the weapon out, so he might end up getting fragged. And well, if Red Star's going to get a deagle kill at this hour, Talk about a bonus, you know?
Yeah, that might spread the lines thin as Kindo waits with the op. He's quick enough. Emmy there in the wait, but he's gonna fall, and Kindo needs to reposition that op. Only can watch one angle at a time. Execute towards A, that gives them the ball plan. 3v3, but the problem for Partizan, not a single piece of utility remains. Oh no, they actually
I don't think they
can
go for this. I don't even with the HE and the Incendiary, I don't think they can go for this. Partizan have to save because Emmy dies so fast in Palace, there's no room for Kindo to hold the A main push. They have no idea where the T's are right now. They can flush out a couple of positions, but Circa's going to clothesline Dragon here, and that's going to be it. You got to pack it up. And Vladin's too deep. Well, Kindo will get the USP kill, and Vladin will at the very least trade the headshot, but Rainwaker with only 11 points of health. Oh, maybe they could go for it after all. Kindo with a sidearm. No, not even necessary, but even though all the frags went their way, 500 will still pick up the round. Not enough time.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. In the end, I was skeptical about what you said. 3v3, that seems tempting, and it seemed that the Partizan boys had the same logic. 3v3, why not try it? This dig shot toward Collins. That's what kind of was the difference maker. Completely different complexion of the round. If the post plant was 4v3 and not a 3v3, then you can come in much quicker, hope for trades, and actually find those trades that are necessary. You actually have more room, more margin for error, that when one guy dies, the rest will find those trade frags and get to the bomb on time. Attack pause from Partizan. They need to talk about things as this round, it seemed doable. But as soon as they lost that A-bomb site, a lot less so. And of course, even on the financial aspect, they need to think about how they will invest in the next round.
Yeah, that's the big deal. That's the big ticket item there. If you just reset back to the same amount of money, people would go for retakes every single time. It would be a very different game and maybe a more simple one, but Partizan don't have the money to buy around the op with rifles. Instead, they go Emmy on the 5.7 and 3 MP9s. So Kindo is the only source of long-range damage for his squad. And that puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Once again, posturing towards the stairs. At the very least, he brings down the HP. That's Spellin taking a lot of hits. He's usually the entry player on their T side, so could end up affording some room for Emmy. Indeed, he'll take him down with a well-placed headshot, and now through the smoke on Palace, Rainwaker keeps Kindo interested just in time for 500 to spring onto the site, and that is way too much for Dragon to handle.
Yeah.
It's Vladin in a 1-on-2. Oh, makes it a 1-on-1. We still got legs.
Oh yeah, this round is still active. Can Vladin play around these smokes? It seems yes. He's just going W and finding the frag. Wow. There you go. that's the way to put the first on the board and maybe make this not so one-sided as we thought after Nuke ended in such a manner. Partizan finally fighting back on Mirage.
Yeah, that was one hell of a round to do it. And again, you lost all but one player, so it's still expensive. But at the very least, Vladin is able to scarper off with the AWP. So all is not lost. They can go for a similar take, and with a round win in their pockets, they might even be able to afford a rifle or two. See what their weapons are. Yeah, they actually have a full buyout, so very good. They've left enough in the bank that a round win there still gives them what they need. Collins with low utility, but some of it has been dispensed with already. And it looks like 500 are going to go for a slightly faster Palace take. Now, so far, they've only really egressed with 1 or 2 players, so Collins will have the first point of contact. Emmy can trade pretty easily. Nobody coming from ramp. This is going to have to be a bit of a splinter there. Oh, Red Star spotted. The spam wars continue, but Red Star's not able to get the frag. Spellin elsewhere.
Look at this.
It's dispensed with Dragon, though, and look at how far away Oxygen is.
Oh, he can do a lot of damage. There's Kindo. He's dead, and the pincer is active for 500. Rainwaker asleep at his keyboard, but will convert the frag, and it's a 4v2 for 500 as either Emmy or Vladan need to search for a heroic play now to save themselves. I apologize. In this situation, they have utility. They have a kit if it turns out to be necessary, but the next kill in the round needs to be theirs. The bomb is in Palace. That gives them a platform to stand on, a chance. As Emmy dinks one player, 2 guys low on the side of 500, 30-ish seconds left. The bomb is going to get planted. They can't do anything to stop it. But Vladan has to be the main man now for Partizan. He needs to be relatively quick coming from ramp and searching for the first frag in this retake scenario. Not an easy one, but there's a chance. There's a chance. There definitely is, but Cirque clotheslines him. He didn't expect that angle. That was just a bait, and the IGL is dead for the 5th round of 500.
Might as well be 500 rounds with how well they're playing today on Mirage, controlling it. It is their territory, their map pick, and Partisan simply can't put the pieces together. A little bit too aggressive there. Their heroic plays lead to martyrdom, especially that push through Palace. But Oxygen and Spellin combining for frags towards the other side of the map, it puts so much confusion on the side of Partisan that they couldn't figure out where the attack was even going to come in from. They had incomplete information. Yeah. Their outposts crumbled on the auspices of Mirage, and now it's looking like a 1-on-2 situation for Dragon. Can he clear Spellin and Cirque? That's the question. He's got 2 bodies to deal with. And Cirque with the op, I mean, this is the first time we're seeing him rock that big green on the T side. Took 7 rounds to get it. It's a very different story than Nuke. He was afforded it so often on Nuke.
Oh, yeah. Now, with the sniper, he can post up an angle and search for a frag. Smoke on window, that'll give them control of mid as they're using their utility to do just that. Counter utility goes in, of course, as Partisan try to do some damage. Not a lot dealt. Oxygen only losing 12 HP. They got what they came for. They got control of mid. Dragon might get just a slimmer of a gap. Not gonna happen. There's another smoke and a molly to help that. They want to break that smoke, and they've been contemplating it for a while, but Kindo might be in trouble. There is presence toward the A bomb site. They completely forgotten about B, and for now, it seems to be a very good plan. Kindo takes care of Oxygen. He wants more, but Rainwaker finds a frag, and Kindo falls as well. Now the round tilting to the favor of 500. Dragon with the heroic play. That wasn't enough, but Emmy finds a frag and leaves Red Star alone. And again, they need to click heads, and they need to fight to collect the round.
Yeah, that was really tight margins there, and I have to start questioning, why are Partisan flashing through smokes and trying to get their way? They have the map control. If they slow things down, 500 will do some of that for them with their slower T side. It's weird to criticize the team that won the round, I know, but Kindo here is a bit aggressive from that position. He's just trying to add chaos so Dragon can keep re-peeking, and with Cirque's whiffs, it worked out, but that didn't have to go that way. Absolutely, 500 could have salvaged that situation if they controlled the chaos better, and maybe on the inverse, if Partisan had tried to be a bit more conservative with their lives, they'd have a bit of a better buy into this one. However, they are still going to be very grateful for the round win. It's a hard-fought second every single round, both of them, in fact, that Partisan have won. It's been off the back of some heroic plays and a lot of pain and suffering.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't count on heroic plays, right? You can get 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're lucky, 5 rounds in a map, you can break the opposition economy, and that's going to lead you to get 10. But you're not going to get to 13 that way. Team play needs to come in, and I'm sad to say that we saw the similar situation on Nuke, where there were a few really good individual plays for the Partisan players, but that was not near enough to get them close to winning their map pick, let alone Mirage.
Yep, that's right. They only posted 7 rounds on Nuke, and a lot of that was due to some very well-played stuff on the T side. The problem is, those rounds that they get on T side, they completely disappear when they switch sides. So we don't know how that game would have looked if it was a CT side start for the boys in black and white. Partisan could have maybe salvaged it in the late half, the way that they were trailing on T side for the first. As we wait to get back into the game here, 500 are leading by 3 rounds. 7 have been played, so a little bit left to go in this first half. As a reminder, whoever wins this series will post into the top 8. They will be 1 series away from qualifying to LAN in Conquest of Prague, brought to you by Tipsport.
And not just that, the team that wins this best of 3, they know they're relatively safe, at least from facing Fnatic and ENCE. And even though Fnatic and ENCE have choked and lost against these 2 teams in the past, you really don't want to face such an experienced team when there's LAN on the line, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially since even just knowing that LAN is around the corner can sometimes fuel those veterans from, showing up for a bit more of a life game. You see the complexion of some of these rounds before us. Even this one here from Red Star. A deagle on a bonus round after 3 rounds won, lead to a 4th. It's rough stuff here for the side of Partisan. They've been doing some work in these last couple, trying to keep it competitive, but it almost feels desperate. It almost feels like a man who's about to drown, further sinking underwater despite his best efforts. See if Partisan can right this ship. Or will they just be cast away in the storm? 500 certainly want to continue the inclement weather.
Yeah, it's completely sunny in Bulgaria, it would seem, as they're doing quite well. Tech pause still upon us. Hopefully it should be fixed soon.
Yeah, it seems like server lag or something like that, so we're still waiting on the resolution there. Should be back in action without too much of a delay. I mean, maybe at the same time, maybe just needed a smoke break. You never know.
You never know. I can see him hoisting a cigarette during the round.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think even there was a point where it might have been Kindo who was moving through on Nuke, or maybe that was because of the cameras were flipped. But there was a point where it looked like Kindo was trying to clutch out with the op, and he drank water while moving towards Mini. And I was like, "Damn, that's
cold-blooded, completely."
Yeah, hold on, I need a sip, guys. And then,
yeah, it's probably the cams being flipped. If you're just joining us, this is our first best of 3 of today. The last best of 3 in the 2-1 bracket. The team that loses will have one more chance of advancing through to the top 8. The team that wins will, of course, advance to the top 8. Next best of 3 is going to be interesting, as it is an elimination match between GUN5 and Kubix. Kubix punching well above their weight so far, and GUN5 finding themselves in the elimination match thanks to a default loss they had to concede to Partisan, having not joined the server on time. Just got info that we should be continuing with the action very soon. As we can see the players starting the round, it's 5-2 on Mirage.
Hey, look at that. Got back in before GTA 6. Ooh, that stings. Ooh. Delayed until May 26, 2026, by the way.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to take a while.
Forever the meme.
Oh, this is going to be a fast one. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, he's posted up. He's actually got one, and Vladin is okay. All right. That's 3 quick frags for Partisan right off the bat. Apparently, the server was holding them back as they take Red Star's head as well. And suddenly, Rainwaker's going to start typing out, hey, I'm lagging. Protect, please. My team died. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, that must feel so good, winning a round in such a convincing fashion after being battered and bruised in the beginning of this map. Now they're getting back after the tech pause, and the side of 500, they don't know what hit them. They wanted to change up pace, and it's not working for them, as they have won most of their key rounds on the first and second map with those slow, excruciating rounds. Trying to change up tempo did not work.
Yeah, 500 are apparently at their best when they do those very, very slow rounds, exhausting the utility and the viewers. But that particular round did not go their way whatsoever. Kendo's early pick just led to a total collapse of the T's, and now with no bomb plant, they are reduced to Glocks. So this should be a gimme, and Partisan will make it into a 1-round game, which, in my opinion, is probably the best thing that could have happened to the defenders. I was not rating them too highly on their CT side, but they've already posted 3
on the
times
first
the rounds
and second map
compared to their Nuke CT side. And look at that.
Rounds trying to change
That's
up
another
tempo.
smoke kill on the Red Star. I think Vladin actually saw him ahead of time, but still. When it says that in the kill feed and you're like, yeah, I remember what you did on Nuke. I remember what you did to me.
He was
Vladin will be happy with that.
On Nuke.
Yeah. A menace.
It should be a cleanup, as 500 probably just using this round as maybe an extended tactical timeout to talk about what they're going to do when they have the money to muster up a buy. Easy as you like, as Emmy collects a few frags for himself, getting those statistics slightly bit better. 1 round advantage only for 500, as when the map started, we maybe counted Partizan out way too soon, as we talk about that quite often during the cast.
Oh yeah.
That whatever happens in the first half is not that important in the aspect of, yeah, you can come back in the second. Whether or not it's a 7-5 lead or it's a 9-3 lead, it's comebackable. But if you have a 6-round advantage in the second half, then that's a completely different story.
Absolutely, yeah. You need to have some wiggle room to work with here. Mainwaker going to get caught here by the two-man push. That's ballsy from Partizan. You can see they've been infused with more energy. Oxygen will take out the sniper, though, and Kendo has been an integral part of Partizan's defense so far in the half. So as we get deeper into round number 10, this 4-on-4 will be opless. And Dragon will find Oxygen underpass. Okay, well, that works out pretty well. He's going to lurk back up towards the deep parts of apartments. And with no knowledge of that, Red Star is going to be caught between a bunch of different angles, especially with Vladen so close. Not exactly a tradable position if Dragon gets hard cleared, but do you suspect this?
Yeah, you have to. He found a frag so close. You need to clear it and clear it. They will, but that was autopilot angle clearing, and Dragon... Well, those two frags basically had a bow on them, and they were ready for Dragon to receive them as a gift, as Spellin is the only one that remains on the Bulgarian side. Dragon doing so much work in this round. That spray was so efficient, so profitable for his team, and Spellin, he's gonna get his head blown off. There's the Dragon, the top-rated player on the Partizan side, finally connected, as we did see good numbers from him on map number 1, but if, like, for the life of me, I can't remember when he made a play on Nuke. This is a play that Partizan need.
Absolutely. Roaring to life there, Dragon is, with 4 frags in 1 round. Catches 2 players here entering into his domain. Hail, adventurer. You have crossed the wrong path. And even getting Spellin out of there for good measure at the end. A very, very difficult round for the Bulgarian side as they take their second of 3 tactical pauses. No strangers to a slower game, so they don't mind putting a break on the action, as now Partizan have tied it up. And this map pick of 500s was looking absolutely dominant from them. They get 5 of the first 6. And since then, they've been stuffed. Partizan mounting a demonstrable comeback. I love Vladen, by the way, has not only an AK, but also a Tech 9 full T U2 little outlet there.
He's ready. He's ready to receive
loadout's
them.
ready, yeah. Not only that, he's already cosplaying for the next half, so you can tell he's getting ahead of things. Now, this is going to be a half buy for the side of 500, and they are threatening towards A, which is a bit under strength.
Oh, yeah. Under scrutiny is Emmy. He's going to be under pressure as the util comes in. 2 for 1. Those Tech 9s doing work once more. So many times we see that in this event, and not this round is not going to be so different, as they still have a chance to muster up a retake, but now rifles in hand of Oxygen and Spellin, not going to be so easy for Partizan to get even close to the site. Next frag needs to be theirs. They need to collect it. It's going to slow them down even further. Bomb ticked away to half. They're going to have to hurry up. Let's see if Dragon can find something. Searching for more. His teammates coming from CT, as they're trying to clear angles, trying to get the frags, but Red Star maybe puts the end to this round, and it seems that that will be the case, as Dragon falls as well. 500 back in the lead, and it's a repeat of Nuke, it would seem.
That was excellent utility usage on the retake, but it doesn't matter because Red Star gets 2 kills with the Tech 9. Of course, 1 through the smoke. Why not? But not being able to clear him out when he was the only player left on site feels like a huge missed shot there from side of Partizan. See some of that in the replay here, as Oxygen with the double Tech 9 entry just takes their heads. And yeah, this kill from Red Star, maybe you can understand it given the fact that the op is there. He's watching in case somebody goes through the smoke in connector. They know there's 2 bodies there, but that's still so rough that he doesn't get traded by Vlad and instead gets picked immediately. A bit of a miscommunication in a chaotic situation, as Partizan are now down 1 round, trailing yet again. They only had a glimmer of tying it up and maybe even taking a lead. Cirque on the T side up. That's the main difference maker there. If they had lost that last round on the retake, they wouldn't have had the sniper. Kendo towards B is changing up his game plan, but it is going to be a bit of a B lean here from 500. They're definitely looking to go that way. Oh, but spell and entering, that could change up the game plan.
Exactly. And that's going to give them so much more room to work with. And weird thing is, thinking about it, Partizan did not decide once in this first half to actually get more of a mid presence. Just a pick, or a peek rather, maybe throwing some utility, nothing more than that. And how is that not a kill? That's the question of the round, as Ludden takedowns Spellin, but he's quite low. Kindo still under pressure with that up. Ludden trying to divert attention, and Kindo finding a frag onto Oxygen, still alive, still kicking on this site. 3v3 as the cavalry is slow to arrive, but they aren't there. The Bulgarians still waiting for their chances. Cirque, his patience paid off. Emmy quite far away, and look at that flank toward the A bomb site. Rainwaker, he can find a frag, but Dragon ready, 2-on-2, still a chance. A smaller one at that. Now the Red Star's dead, and they know where Dragon was. They can get ready for him. The bomb planted. He needs to find them, but so many angles to check, and that op just ready and waiting.
Well, at the very least, Red Star gets dropped here, so it does fall to a 1-on-1. Good HP on both players. Oh, Dragon has been playing very well indeed, and he spots Cirque out. He will get the kill, and that will be a 6th round after all. Tie game, just like Nuke was. But once the half switches up here, Partizan are taking to the offense. We'll see if they can upset the apple cart after all, as 500 defend Mirage.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Same as on Nuke, Partizan getting their 6th round off a 1v2 clutch. It was Emmy on Nuke, it was Dragon on Mirage. But they're gonna have to be better than on map number 1, because don't forget that second half of Nuke gave them only 1 round. They're hoping to do something better now as they head on over to the T side of this map. Let's see what their attacking side has in store, as they seem to be quite interested in that B-bomb site.
Yeah, that's right. Oxygen, one of the top-rated players for 500. Not in this game. It's been Red Star who's been really fragging out, but it's definitely an A lean. Oxygen's the only defender, and he's already gushed. So this is looking a little bit rough for 500. Good utility usage from Partizan to get onto the site, and they clean out Oxygen without any reprisal. That's a 5v4 bomb plant.
Oh, yeah. This is a good chance for Partizan to get the pistol, even more so, and Dragon's fragging out completely, extinguishing 500. There you go. Cleans up market and ends the round. Partizan doing better than on the previous map, as they're going to get that second pistol, feeling better. It would seem their top-rated player getting 16 frags in 13 rounds.
Yeah, that's impressive. And, you know, on Nuke, 13-7 scoreline, you might have thought 500 won both pistols and got all the conversions. No, actually, Partizan did win the T-pistol there on Nuke. And for them to also win the T-pistol here, with Dragon, of course, finding so many frags, man. What a guy. He heard you talking there, and he said, yeah, I'll post up another real quick.
Yeah, all right. You want to play? Here's a play.
That's right. And, you know, Dragon really has to be it for Partizan. There's Obviously, Vladen was playing very well on Nuke, but those were consolation frags in many ways. They weren't the best in terms of their tempo, in terms of their impact on the overall round. Only 7 rounds won on their own map pick. So Partisan finally have that lead yet again. In fact, this might be the first lead that they've been able to put together ever since their first T-pistol win on Nuke. So just to point it out, there's a lot of rounds played between then and now. Yeah, absolutely.
Though, they need to be careful of these Deagles. Cirque's Scout already proved to be dangerous on the previous map, hoping to do something here. Spellun through the smoke, gonna get destroyed as 2 players with rifles await. Oxygen gets us back to a 4v4, so this is still an active round as the T's are yet to get that ball land. It's not gonna happen yet. Another 1-for-1 trade. That's not something the Partisan want, because look at the HP. The advantage is actually in the hands of the Bulgarians, as Emmy and Vladen are quite low. Dragon again needs to be the main man, and the bomb not yet safe enough to plant. Might try and just click it before they stick it. And it's a status quo.
Call noise. Yeah, this is a slow T round yet again. You were just about to say, I'm sure, that Partisan were slow on Nuke, 500, slow everywhere. It looks like Partisan are going to double up as well, but they cut the noise. They decided to wait it out, and 500 are not biting on that. All 3 members still here. This is a 3-on-3 with, as you pointed out earlier, the HP advantage for the defenders, despite the fact that their weaponry is poor. Dragon kind of lurking around here. He should have an angle onto Red Star, but he's kind of bungling the kills. That'll at least give Emmy an opportunity to shoot back, and the double peek is good to deal with Rainwaker.
No.
Cirque can do everything here.
Yeah, the Deeg body shots enough. Emmy ready. Not so often do we see multi-frags from the captain of Partisan, but this one was important.
Important indeed. Yeah, that's a big round there for Partisan. If they avoid getting reset as they did, well, then they can maybe start chaining some together. This is the most they've ever led in this series so far. 500 have controlled the pace. Partisan have trailed. No longer. They are the front runner. Let's see how long they can lead from the front.
This puts them in a good position, but 500, of course, they decided to invest something in this round, knowing that, I mean, they build up some cash with those pistol and SMG kills, and also the fact that they can still get a big victory if these Deegs start propping off.
And it makes sense for Cirque to conserve as well, as the Opper often wants to bring out the big green in the 3rd round of the half, or failing that, the 4th. It's round number 15 here. 8-6, the score line. Partisan finally in the driver's seat of Mirage, or so we think. Those Deagles can get upsets, but it is unlikely with the utility usage that we've seen out of Partisan so far. Early days, though, and that is an interesting angle. Rainwaker will eventually be taken out. Red Star's still here in ladder room, but they will respect him, smoking him off. They don't know he's there yet, but they certainly suspect.
He's still waiting in that smoke. Of course, that smoke landed just to cut him off, so he can't really help his teammates in any way, shape, or form as Partisan swarm that A-bomb site. The bomb is going to get planted, and they're going to take care of this round, just hoping not to lose the guns, as Dragon took care of Red Star, cleaned up ladder room, and cleaned up short as well. Only Oxygen remains, and he can actually consider saving, having that Kevlar on his body. Something he doesn't need to invest in the next round, and always useful, of course, situationally, to have a Deagle as a sidearm.
Oh, yeah. Did you watch that show Reacher, Luba? You know what I'm talking about?
Heard about it, didn't watch it.
Okay.
Why?
The main guy is a mammoth, and of course the pistol that he picks is a Desert Eagle.
Course, yeah,
it's just he's like 6'9", jacked. You know, he's the male power fantasy, and sidearm he gets is the Deagle. Oxygen channeling him a little bit to take Emmy out, and that will actually be a MAC-10, which is
the least useful
option. yeah, just say, give me that Deagle. I'm gonna keep that.
He was hoping for something more. Of course, Partisan did not want to throw caution to the wind for the players with AKs, just throwing that MAC-10 towards the Bulgarian boys. Though Oxygen will keep the MAC-10. I expected him to invest in an M4 so the team can have a proper buy. he might try something sneaky with that SMG, as it is the only SMG currently on the server. He's going to have to come in close and try and go in a very close-up, close quarters duel with the Partizan guys that have rifles. That SMG is not going to do much. Brings down Vladan to 43 HP, but that's a +1 for Partizan.
Yeah, and they're going to be dining out on that for a while. Bomb is not actually fixated on any of the sites, but, well, 500 don't know that. Cirque posted to short. He was found here earlier by Dragon, but that was when he was just rocking a pistol. A USP, no less. So definitely a different story when the sniper is concerned, as looks like Bomb will gravitate towards middle. Not really any immediate danger of a firefight, but this is a good line for Cirque to be holding, and Rainwaker keeping watch towards jungle from ladder. Looks like our first point of contact could be Kindo. Pushing Cirque off the angle with the utility is Emmy. Now we've got a connector play, and Red Star's got a lot to do. All found with nade in hand. Rainwaker from the backstab, he'll be dealt with. There's Cirque as well, and dinked his Dragon with the USP, but still fighting, still working here. Spellin desperate from Ticket. This is a 2-on-2 HP advantage to 500.
Yeah, slim margins though. Bomb in no man's land retrieved now by Collins, as Cirque needs to reposition. Spellin still a threat from CT, as they're considering how they can plant the bomb, but so many angles uncovered, and then Op can really do some damage. It can punish them, but he knows he can't overstay his welcome as they have room to move. Now re-peeking, missed shot. Spellin searching for the frag and to stop that bomb plan. Not gonna happen, but Dragon in a 1v2. He had a great map so far. Let's see if he can crown it with another great play. But 30 HP, not a lot of room to work with. He needs to isolate these duels, and they don't know about him. They have no idea. He can clutch this out so easily, and he knows that Spellin's not sticking it. Gets the frag, and he can play around the smoke over the block. Cirque, he does have a rifle, but Dragon playing it perfectly. What a clutch from the Partizan main man, and another round for the Belgrade boys.
Perched up in his domain, he strikes him down with one claw, then the other. Dragon doing work for Partizan here on the A-bomb side. He'll be all smiles after that one, that's for sure. Or maybe he's just a cold, calm, and collected killer. That is an excellent bailout here for the offensive side. Partizan have secured double digits.
How did they not check Ninja? I mean, he probably went through the lines. Oh, though, Cirque doubles up the start off this round. It's going to be an explosive one for Onogo.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty fast there. Cirque with the op getting some impact. I was going to say finally. He does have 10 frags, so not exactly been a slouch, but a more typical performance from him where he's a bit on the quiet side. And he announces his presence rather loudly, taking out Kindo, counter-opper, and Collins. Solid rifler, although who has also had a bit of a quiet game. It's going to be Emmy on the sniper for Partizan, as they're going to try to use it to crowbar open this B-bomb side, I think. Oh, but jump spot there from Cirque. He's playing well this round. He might have finally woken up, and, well, 5-on-2, Vladan. Oh, 5-on-1, Dragon.
Wow.
All that's left for Partizan in this round.
It would be incredible if he got this round, but slim margins, I would say, as barely any damage dealt toward the 500 players. Now they know where he is, and they're gonna shut him down, finally silencing Dragon as he was breathing flames towards the 500 boys. A statement.
Oh yeah, he roasted them in that clutch. That was a big one. We barely got time to talk about it because Cirque was just there with the sword of adventuring +1. Just cuts him down. Nice and easy. I guess that kind of fits with the theme of the Conquest of Prague, right? They got that fantasy-style map going on, right? So there you go. Cirque is a high-level fighter in Dungeons & Dragons, rocking out here and killing, well, conquering the dungeon, killing the dragon, something like that.
That was a weird
just pistols now for Partizan. That was interesting, yeah. Valve, please fix.
All right, Valve, you really got to start doing work. Fix your game, man. It's not in beta anymore. Partizan, back to pistols. AK Hero will be Dragon, at least to try and do some damage here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The only rifle on the server for the boys in black and white. Well, Partisan are definitely taking it slow with the limited bodies that they've got. They're Glock teammates, Dragon's only source of utility right now. Might be able to sow some discord and fire through the necessary shots. Well, Red Star could end up facing him here. It is a bit of a dry angle, but he takes his head. At least Vladin's there to collect. Soviet-era tactics there as he grabs the gun from his fallen comrade. But he looks away at the wrong moment, and all that's there to punish is a Glock. Well, that's not going to work out too well. And this should be a wrap for 500.
Yep. One joke I didn't make is, well, Red Star playing against Partizan. Of course, for the people that don't know, Red Star is Partizan's local rival here in Belgrade.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah, it's an interesting state of affairs as Red Star is doing some damage and was one of the main reasons that 500 ran away with Nuke so easily.
Yeah, that's true. At least they're able to post up a defensive round now and keep this an interesting map. We avoid 13-7 as the final score line, so the scriptwriters decided to be somewhat creative this time around, but Partisan is still going to be looking for that elusive final round. They've crossed the threshold of double digits, but they could get held back here. It's Galils and AKs for the Serbian side. Not as much of an A lean, but quick rotations available from Rainwaker if they need it. 500 are now reset to receive.
Yeah, full execute onto A. A lot of damage dealt through the smokes as Dragon is so low, down to 9 HP, and Emmy is dead. Bomb not even close to being planted. They're gonna stick it now, but through the smoke, 500 stick it to them. Bomb planted 4v5, but look at the HP advantage on the Bulgarian side. As now they can muster up a retake in Partizan. They're gonna need to be surgically precise if they want to actually win this round. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be simple, and even more so with the 500 boys having utility that they don't even need to spend. Rainwaker double kill. There's Vlad and Kindo good only for one, and it's going to be 9th on the board for 500.
Yeah, within touching distance of tying this up, and they keep 3 alive, so their economy is going to develop just fine. Bulgarian side slowly getting back into things here, and honestly, I'd say that they are in the driver's seat now. Bomb plant does afford more equipment for the offensive side, but as far as I'm concerned, the T's they're struggling to continue their run of form. And it feels unfair to say that after they chained together so many, but
yeah,
really, there were slim margins after that very neck-and-neck first half. 500 started to look like they were going to run away with it. Partisan started to come back. Now here we are. Broken smoke, a fourth circa peak, but it's not going to work out in favor as Kindo gets that Tech 9 kill.
That gives them room. That gives them space. These Tech 9s, always a danger, always a threat. Kindo with an AK now, and things might crumble for the side of 500. Oh, yeah. Making it more difficult is Kindo finding that frag onto Spellin. Cirque finally with an answer, and he wants to double up. He needs to do it. They're going to need to search for a risky play, and they might find it just like that. Only Tech 9s available for Partizan coming through B apps. Oxygen's just on back sight. Just trying to survive, and they want to run him down before the cavalry arrives. They need to double peek him, and that's going to happen. Cirque with the dually is not going to do anything, but 3-peek with the op might find something.
Oh, no.
Bomb not yet planted, not going to hit that.
No.
And they might disengage.
Yeah, that feels a bit desperate there for Cirque. He's got his dualies out and whiffs 2 shots. The first one, well, both of them would have been wallbang attempts, but he had good information on where the players were. And he could clothesline him here, and will get the better of him in market. That's a good opportunity there. Red Star with only 13 health cannot clutch it out. And Partisan will use the pistols to their fullest effect as they secure 11. Collins on the hunt for a gun, and Red Star can only spoil their chances of saving extra rifles. He cannot stop the onslaught of the Serbs.
Yep. On 11 is the side of Partizan, feeling a lot better. Now that they actually managed to win a round with Tech 9's 500 was the farmer of that, as they won that important round number 10. In the first half, with Tech 9s. They also won one round on Nuke in a similar fashion. Partizan finally getting a lifeline, not letting their opponents get to the tied result. Of course, 500 still with the bye. Partizan can now talk a little bit about how to finish off Mirage. As we said, a very difficult map for them historically, a very difficult map for them result-wise. And also, when you look at the head-to-head results between these two sides, 500 really, in the past, didn't have any trouble beating Partizan on Mirage. Throughout this year, they actually faced each other twice on this map. It was 13-6 and 13-3. Easy as you like. Now, completely different story, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely a more contested showing on Mirage, so I'm glad to see that there's life left in Partizan after all, and we could end up going to Ancient. We can take a lunch break later because we got Counter-Strike here to play. 2 rounds separate Partizan from a decider as they continue to fight on to get to that top 8. Red Star's got maybe an answer here as he pushes up towards top of mid. There's Overwatch from Cirque and Rainwaker. He's got support, and he knows that there are T's here, but he's been flashed. And I think Dragon can turn and fight him. No, in the chaos, he lost him. At least Emmy will trade. And now a 4-on-3 man up for Partizan.
I was going to say Partizan didn't try to do something like this in the first half, not even once when they were on the CT side, but they know how to play against it, it would seem. They know how to punish a play like that.
Turns out Rainwaker got given up, and Cirque could not stay there, not with all the utility being thrown out there. Half an execute just to take mid, but it's well worth it as Spellin burrows in underneath Palace. Cirque still playing towards CT, holding for anyone peeking through the murder hole or crossing from the window. That's not the angle of attack Partizan will take. A little bit of noise heard by the IGL of 500, but right now, he's playing in the dark. Doesn't know if that's just a lurk or if there's more to it. We see.
Oh, yeah.
Kindo and Vladden definitely going to be making their way up.
Oh, a meaty HE in so much trouble now. He's got no support from his teammates and needs to make an impossible play. Mission impossible for Spellin, just going to get deleted by Kindo. Bomb planted. Cirque hoping, sees the leg, but doesn't react in time. And as Emmy finds a frag onto Oxygen, this is going to be 12 on the board for Partizan and 3 map points.
Yeah, Cirque struggling for sure in these last couple of rounds. He's trying to shoot his bullets through maximum distance, wood and brick. Not really going to be able to get a clean shot there. And indeed, slow to react to the bomb planter. Not that he necessarily could have canceled the plant, but at the very least could have taken one of the Partizan members out. Made it somewhat doable for Oxygen. It was, of course, a 4-on-2 at that point, so odds were not in his favor, but we will not see heroics from the Bulgarian Opera today, at least not in this round. One chance left for him to do it, unless Partizan steamroll through their competition. 3 map points take us to Inferno, where we will settle this series once and for all.
Still got to deserve it. Still got to get 1 out of 3 next rounds if we want to see Inferno. And 500, they're aware of that. They still have the advantage of course, winning the first map. Oh, yeah. And also, they got a pretty decent buy coming into potentially the last round of this map.
Yeah, good opportunity here still, but Cirque is already dropped so low by nade or by spam. He's now seeing if he can pluck Dragon out before anything else happens here. The jiggle is good, but Kindo's found a frag elsewhere, and Cirque is kind of caught in a no man's land. I think maybe just barely Emmy missed out on seeing exactly where the Bulgarian Opera is. He's got to withdraw and will get to safety despite his low HP.
Seems so risky, seems so close for Cirque to hit the deck. They're playing with this risk. 3 towards B. As 500 hope they can spring a trap. Cirque not gonna see Emmy just yet. He is gonna see him at the cross, but now he's dead. And now things are starting to crumble because all 3 of the Bulgarian players are isolated towards B, but Partizan still want to go toward there. Collins finds a frag, important one at that, but now they have info, but Spellin finds a kill. They know where Red Star is, but can they get out? No, they can't. The bomb is stuck at Van. Red Star, he can fight, he has to fight, and he's gonna die. That's 13-9 as Partisans steal away 500's map pick. We're going to Inferno.
Yeah, we got to decide this series on a third map. That decider useful after all here. Partisan, they upset the apple cart. They make their way past Mirage, which has been a stronghold for the side of 500. Certainly a situation where we did not expect to see another little bit of life out of the boys in black and white. The Serbian side will be more than happy to take us to Inferno and give it another go. They need to do better than they did against Rush B, but that does seem like a distinct possibility with how they started to light up the scoreboard on Mirage. If they frag out that way on Inferno, or some in-between of how they did on Nuke compared to Mirage, this could be a very competitive third and final match.
As long as we don't see what we saw against Rush B, let's just say that that was a one-time thing, a bad day from the Spartazan boys, and maybe that Inferno is going to be better. But they, I mean, no pun intended, but they managed to slay the dragon, and a big one at that, because Partizan, they've been struggling on Mirage, and to beat a team that has been bullying you on this map twice this year already, it must feel really good coming into a decider in a qualifying match. There is a lot of balls in the air currently.
Yeah, and can they juggle them all, really, is the question. And how will they all settle once they hit the ground? The big question for me, I think, is also whether Dragon can continue his return to form. He was a force to be reckoned with down there on Mirage, but on Nuke, he was much quieter, and his impact not nearly as high as even Vladin's, who I was a little bit quizzical of, because that guy is not supposed to be the star rifler, but great if he can. The fact that he was the one who was the shining star on Nuke when it was a 13-7 loss, it was pretty handy, especially once the half switched over. 500 need to channel some of that energy. Really, at this point, I think you can say the first half will dictate what happens. If Partisan can keep it 6-6 at the beginning of the game, if we can go to Inferno and the half switches up, well, that's going to dictate a lot. Actually, a rare case where maybe the knife round matters a lot, considering what we've seen so far. I'm excited.
They can do 500 now, searching for answers after losing Mirage. It seemed like a clear-cut affair for them, but that might be a shocker as well, as much as it is a good thing when it comes to morale on the side of Partizan. It might be bad for the Bulgarian boys. Of course, we'll find out what Inferno brings after a short break.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
These two teams neck and neck in a very interesting best of 3 qualification match at that, and 500 and Partizan are not putting their foot off the gas, or letting their foot off the gas rather. Prono going to do, but here with you, and we will soon enter Inferno. How you doing, man? Yeah.
I was a phantom, a pantomime.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was just in the middle of saying Inferno is not normally my favorite map. Inferno is usually a map that ends up being quite a mess. But on this particular case, with these two teams being so neck and neck, I'll give it a thumbs up. I'll say I'm optimistic for Inferno. Plus, I just had a nice little meal, so now I'm ready for dessert.
All right, let's see what Inferno is going to bring us. Of course, both teams solid on this map. Not the perfect map for them. It is far from it, but definitely, I would say, less one-sided, it seems, than Nuke seemed. And, of course, Mirage, they traded map picks, which is kind of insane looking at, of course, things. But if we check kind of the numbers of the players, I can't really discuss much seeing the numbers, as Red Star, he was really popping off on Nuke. He was pretty good on Mirage, but it wasn't enough. Dragon on Mirage was freaking amazing, man. But at times, it just seems that both teams, of course, on their map picks, which was maybe surprising, they kind of struggled to find the frags when it was most important. The same happened to Partizan on their map pick. Of course, the same happened to Red Star on Mirage, or rather, the same happened to 500 on Mirage. Red Star did manage to find the individual plays at times, but his teammates couldn't follow it up. Cirque on the op, a few whiffs that shouldn't have happened, and had he hit them, who knows where that map would have taken us.
For sure. It's a big deal because you got to think about how Cirque could have potentially averted disaster here for 500, and it will be considered a disaster if they lose to Partizan here and now. This is Inferno. This is going to be a different situation here for the squad, and we see in the last little bit, Rainwaker performing admirably yet again. This is similar to his situation on actually on Nuke. He was a standout player there in terms of his statistics, even though we saw plenty of impact out of players like Red Star and Oxygen. Cirque has been quiet so far, and you know, I do sometimes bang on about that particular player because he had such a storied high, but here on 500 he needs to get back to that pedigree. He needs to show us he's still got what it takes. And on the side of Partizan, we've been seeing some very nice little signs of life. Dragon in particular, I know we've already waxed lyrical about him, but it's really hard to understate how powerful he really was. He's so strong in that particular map of Mirage, whereas on Nuke, by comparison, a very understated performance, not the situation that we thought we would be in because he is the star.
Yeah,
in this particular team.
The thing is, it's not that we're like looking at the numbers and saying, all right, he had the most skills, so obviously he was the best player. The frags that he found, or the multi-frag rounds he had, were the important rounds. They kind of broke Mirage into the favor of Partizan. They were the most important rounds that maybe took it away from 500 in those opportunities where 500 maybe could have taken the lead or could have had a bigger advantage. There was Dragon to take it, and it seems that 500 are going to take that knife round without much trouble, so they are going to have their chance to pick a side, and of course, I don't even think we should discuss what side they will be picking.
No, I'm pretty sure we know which one it's going to be, so we'll see what happens, as I'm expecting them to start off on the defense here. Rainwaker and company are going to be trying to lead the charge and wait for Partizan to make a move, and we're going to get into this warm-up here and into that first round shortly. Pistol rounds have kind of been a poisoned chalice for Partizan so far in this series. They need to bring another gear, another level to this particular pistol round. We've got Partizan on the attack, 500 on the defense. It's our decider of our first best of 3 of the day.
All right, all boils down to this map. Winner goes to the top, a loser will have another chance, but in a 2-2 bracket, anything could happen, and you want to avoid that scenario. Even if you win there, you're up against Fnatic or Ensign. That's not a match I would want to find myself in when you're battling for land. Oxygen gooshed at the beginning of the pistol, so he's going to have to be more careful throughout this round. Partizan grouping up towards that B bomb site, it would seem. Of course, still present towards mid, as they're waiting maybe for a Bulgarian to be overzealous, a step in the wrong direction. Spellin saw it just a foot, and that was enough for that defensive smoke. It lasts around 20 seconds, so that smoke shouldn't be that big of an issue for Partizan if they want to hit that B-bomb site.
Tough stuff for 500 in the opening because they've already taken damage onto Oxygen. To me, this looks like Partizan are just going to continue the slow T-side woes that we've seen all series long from both squads, actually. Yeah. These pistol rounds have been uncharacteristically so. You don't normally see 45 seconds left on the clock, but that's where we find ourselves as Partizan are getting ready to storm the A-bomb site.
There's Oxygen, there's a frag, and there's Cirque with another one. They're completely destroying that attack, and the attack fizzles out. Breaks like water on rock, and only Kindo remains in a 1v5. With less than 30 seconds left, there is no hope to retrieve this round, as Red Star will have trouble claiming him. But they know his exact position, and this shouldn't be an issue. Two players fighting off a full execute on a pistol round. Not something you see every day. You expect the Glocks to overwhelm them.
Oh, yeah.
It's 1-0, 500.
Yeah, good angle awareness from the Bulgarians. And not only that, but Partizan just slowed things down and then didn't really get too much for their troubles once they actually got onto the site. They couldn't find the positions. They didn't have utility to smoke them out or molly them out and get them into a good position. This, to me, feels like, well, it just feels like par for the course here for Partizan, actually. They don't have a bomb plant, so they will not be investing too much into this round. Dragon with a deagle, a couple of flashbangs and a smoke. It's going to be the extent of what we see here, as Emmy is also on a Tech 9. But 2 rifles, 3 SMGs, 500 are expecting this.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if these upgraded pistols can do some damage, as Emmy will be burning. He needs to extinguish himself, and that's info. They know that somebody is at half wall. He's going to get shot down. No armor left on the Partizan players, as Emmy was the only one that invested in Kevlar. And it's a bit of an underwhelming turn of events that caused the death of the Partizan captain. Oh, almost the same demise left for Vladan. Good flash, though, but Spellin and Red Star ready to claim them with these MP9s. $600 per kill. You just counted, that's a lot of money in their pocket.
Yeah, I think they're going to be very pleased with that outcome. Cash register has been cha-chinging. 500. We still have a ways to go before we can call it the same way that we've called those earlier rounds of the first 2 halves, but once again, Partizan are fighting just to get onto the board. This is the first T-pistol they've dropped, and so the fact that they lose the conversion isn't necessarily much of a surprise, but they'll have rifles and Emmy on the MAC-10. Still something to play for in round number 3.
Maybe something speedy awaits us. Utility damage solid on Vladan to start things out, down to 66 HP. As the Bulgarian boys take control of Banana, that's a lot of information. Not only that they have, but that Partizan doesn't. Though Vladan, that's a good something. That's a double kill for him, but 2 kills go into the favor of 500. However, defense spread thin. Now, it's 500 that needs to think what they can do and where they can group up, as of course, Partizan are going to go together, and 500, at the most, are going to have 2 players guarding a site.
Yeah, this is a good read, though. Spellin, as long as he sticks around, can continue to support Red Star. It's only MP9s, so not the greatest of options there. But when Oxygen gets those frags, obviously Partizan are going to think twice about continuing to peek into him. So 500 expect it. Spellin with the opening, and look at that, the bait and switch. It's excellent there. Emmy's got just a MAC-10, and he's not able to double up to get the bomb plant down. That is a heartbreaker. 3-0 start for 500, and then they look good to continue it.
Oh, yeah. These MP9s doing work, and a lot of it. Even though they lost 3 of their players, it doesn't really matter. They can splash the cash for a good buy in the upcoming round, and knowing that Partizan are back on pistols, they can even hold on to that 1 MP9 and hope to gather even more dough. Has Red Star, a bit of an uncharacteristic thing that a player stays on boost after finding the first frag, but he kind of had the confidence to know that he's safe. Partizan back on pistols. These Tech 9s are going to want to run somebody over towards Banana, it would seem.
Yeah, this attack is going to have a bit more pace behind it. Partisan will attempt to take control of top of Banana, but instead they end up falling back, letting Vladin lurk towards the apartments, see what else he can get. As far as intel is concerned, I don't think this is the right read for the team, as they are going to be going into bomb site with 3 players, but maybe they can get some advantaged opening frags here. Oxygen, a bulwark for the A bomb site. Trainwaker gets smoked off. He can dispense with his own utility. This is not an easy round for Partisan.
Not at all. Yup, at the wait. Dirk ready, holding the line. That's the first frag of the round. First blood drawn, and Partisan drawing a bit of attention towards long. They have a bit of control, and what are they trying to do here? It's Red Star to close them down, and only Cirque to find another frag and save his teammate from a potential demise to those Tech 9s. Rather than Collins trying to enter the site, but wherever they go, a Bulgarian waits with the rifle ready to take their head clean off. Collins, finally an answer, searching for more. The cavalry is arriving, trying to find a little something with this Tech 9, almost tripling up and doing at least a little bit of economic damage, but still on 0 is the Partisan team.
Yeah, and with 3 alive at the end of that, Cirque stays alive with the up. That was the only kill that was a likelihood with so few bullets left in the mag. So Collins does his best, but his best is only good for 2 kills, and kind of a microcosm of what we're seeing out of Partisan. Feels like the map hasn't even started, and they're down 0-4. 500 definitely in the lead.
I'm curious to know what the comms were that 2 players decided to go towards CT. Maybe they were searching for the op and maybe take him down before they pounce towards A while 2 players are still at short. I don't know if it was a miscommunication or a plan that just went south on every step of the way.
Well, you could describe every round for Partisan so far with those kinds of words. And now they're going to be struggling up Banana. 2 members towards Boiler, but Vladin's been spotted out by Cirque, although the timing does not favor him. Still, initial utility usage will delay any fast-moving feet, although Cirque starts to burn. Oxygen flashed into apartments, but Vladin will actually be the opening kill onto Rainwaker. It's a big rotation pulled. Now in CT spawn. Most recent signing here for Partisan. He's going to be brought down from Spellin in Library.
Now things are not easy, but that they lost the pincer. It would be a lot easier if Vladin was still alive, but he wanted to look for more. Now the attack continues. Oxygen dead behind the smoker. The Bulgarian players, they want to boost up. Turk not finding anything but the bullets from Emmy's gun. And 500, now they have to disengage. They have to pull the plug as Partisan get there first on the board.
Yeah, should be good here as Spellin saves the op of Cirque. Some good life from Partisan. Punch back, bloody the side of 500. I know it's just the name of a casino, but 500 is kind of a cool Counter-Strike name. You think about it, you have to deal 500 damage to win a round by elimination. So
yeah, didn't think about that. Yeah,
little synergy there. You know, I'm always looking for wordplay.
Yeah, had to try and count out that it is the name of a casino. You know, search for meaning in things that have none.
That's right. Yeah, that is right. Although I'll take $500 anytime they're offering.
No problem, yeah. But on that first kill was impactful. Almost shot his team in the foot with that play towards CT, but back. And that smoke towards Motto. Basically got the round done and dusted with Oxygen not finding anything. And in that situation, the Thieves are hoping for a trade. They didn't even have to trade. So it worked out quite well. 500 still with the buy. Good amount of money with those MP9 kills at the beginning of this map. Flash. Rainwaker does not see anything towards mid. Not for now, at least.
Not for now. This one's tense. Slow, but in a different way. Utility being used frequently, constantly.
Yeah.
It's the back and forth game where you need to make sure you've invested every little nickel and dime directly into your utility belt.
It is quite odd to see that Inferno is the kind of most active active map of the three that we've seen so far, because Nuke and Mirage, the Ts were very slow, and they are taking their time on Inferno as well, but at least something is going on. Of course, we know the dynamic of this map, and the CTs need to take control themselves. Otherwise, they're just cut off from their teammates, and it's easy for the Ts to take control of what they want, get to the site, and plan a full execute without having to fear for their lives. And currently, it could be the case towards the A-bomb site.
Gonna be a crunch down. Only 2 members here to defend. Everybody else so far away. You mentioned it. A lot of pressure on Oxygen and Rainwaker. They've been performing well, but I don't know if they can handle this.
So many players and 2 quick kills. That's a quick fire double from Partizan, and 2 kills, sorry, enough for a round. Bomb planted, easy as you like. In the end, they put pressure, just a little bit of pressure on Banana was enough for 500 to allocate 3 players toward that part of the map, and afterwards, A is very difficult to hold with only 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a good bit of money in the side of Partizan as well. They are chaining together the rounds necessary to start building up an influx of cash. Of course, 500 saving 3 are going to be just fine with that. A little bit of an advantage still, as they are double the rounds of their opponents. And it does feel like overall, the reads are going to be good for both teams here. I mean, obviously 500 stacked the wrong bomb site, but they have plenty of time to feel that out. And Spellin has impressed on the CT side already.
Oh, yeah. And we talked about that as well. Often is the case when kind of the most experienced player and an in-game leader, if he frags well, it can transition to him calling well as well, because he has more courage, he has more confidence, not only to send his teammates into more aggressive angles, but also to send himself and search for frags himself. And that could be an advantage for 500 if it continues throughout this map.
Yeah, it's a big storyline, right? You think about it. Spellin can call around himself a little bit as an IGL, one of the more liberating feelings in the game. Red Star's already gone down, though, and Partizan are going to try to press that advantage towards B. Ooh, Spellin on the edge of death here. Looks like the utility, countered by 500, is enough to slow them down. And look at him already sending Rainwaker out. Yeah, buddy. Go cheat towards the A-bomb site. I'll see if I can cover our bases here.
Does have a smoke.
That could convince Partizan to go back.
With 50 seconds on the clock?
Never know.
If that actually does it, I would be surprised.
They're going to wait it out for now, but no, I guess maybe Spellin is caster cursing us as he's decided I'm going to have the opposite read of what I should. Execute coming on through. Decides not to monitor the smoke or spam it through to apply any other pressure. Maximum mind games, but it's an empty site. Now the question becomes, how many guns can 500 hold on to?
Oh,
they're all burrowed in, waiting for duels.
We've seen this one from Partizan before. Remember Rush B taking control of the B bomb site and searching for guns? They know better now. They're not going to search for any frags unnecessarily. Not until the bomb ticks, at least. As we can see that Vladan has a taste for blood. And he wants to at least make the future easier for his team. Take out a gun or two, and next round should be simpler in that regard. Especially if that could be an M4 and op. Oxygen has a lot of utility, of course. Vladan still waiting. Kindo joining. A few more players coming close. Let's see if Oxygen can stay alive. He can find one frag, and now Kindo knows that he shouldn't search for more as he's been hit through the wall. It's going to be a third round for Partizan, and only 2 kills in the entire round.
It might have been another one of those round 6 or 7s on Nuke, where Oxygen did his own AK delivery service for Partizan, and he just gets the dividends paid back by Vlad in there, albeit not in a more impactful manner. We'll see, maybe he can be the hero that his team needs, as the Bulgarians still looking for more info. They're going to tech pause it out. 2 left for him. early days on Inferno, but we are starting to get into the tail end of this first half. And I think when you think about that, you think about the way that the rounds have gone so far, you can't rest on your laurels. 500, they might have been up 4-0 at the start, but Partisan are about to chain 4 back if the Bulgarians are not careful.
Absolutely, and the weird thing about the map pool we have in this best of 3 is Partisan pick Nuke, and they lose it, which was a surprise to us. And the next 2 maps are the 2 maps that 500 and bullied them on this year. Of course, they lost Mirage twice. You want to know what? They lost Inferno twice to 500 as well. And those were one-sided matches, too.
This one will be anything but, it seems. The early game definitely looking a bit different here for Partisan. But hey, this is how the first halves have always been. They've trailed. They've done their best to be neck and neck. What really was different is the second halves. On both Nuke and Mirage, completely different stories told. Let's see which one it's going to be. Cirque will take the first frag. That's Dragon dropping. Not the best from him. He's actually 0-5 now, so yet to find impact. And, you know, if Partisan are looking like they're going to have a Nuke Dragon instead of a Mirage Dragon, I don't think I like Inferno Dragon. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, doesn't seem good to start with 0-5. Let's see if his teammates can pick up the slack. 50 seconds left for them to pounce toward the A-bomb side. Maybe Vlado wants to go through the smoke, as we've seen some overzealous plays from him so far, but he needs to be careful as Rainwaker is in the cubby and he is ready to take ahead. But Vladan already in the smoke, Oxygen and Rainwaker take the frag, and it's only Vladan basically the tip of the spear here, but maybe Cirque has an idea. Look at that. He's actually looking toward that part, and Vladan could actually be felled if he goes through the smoke. 20 seconds left. They're going to have to speed up if they have any plans of doing something, and Oxygen sees it coming. Emmy falls as well, and not letting Partisan get us to a tied result. 500 gets the round.
500 does get the round, and to me, this is one of those situations where you really start to wonder, how can we beat these Bulgarians while they're burrowing in to very cheeky positions in smoke? I mean, Red Star and Rainwaker, both of them finding so much impact through that utility. The tactical timeout will be enough to slow us down yet again as Partisan talk things over. But as far as I'm concerned, Bulgarians are looking likely to at least get to a tie half. Looks like instead of attack, it is a tech, so no talking aloud. Remember the Astralis spams? Don't talking, please. Someone is ringing a doorbell for Partisan.
Seriously?
Yeah.
A delivery driver. Yeah, maybe this best of 3 gone on longer than expected.
They ordered the victory pizzas early?
Yeah, I'll order a burger, and it'll arrive in like an hour. We can beat them at that time. Easy as you like. Yeah.
That's one way to be confident if you think about it, Lyuba.
Oh, yeah.
Although it would be some sad victory pizza if it was, if they ended up losing. So let's see if they can lock in.
It's sad victory pizza anyway if it sits out for like 40 minutes.
FBI, apparently, yeah.
All right.
Sounds about right. Hey, you know what?
Production team has a sense of humor. I like that.
Well, you say sense of humor. That's more likely than you think. Oh, wait, never mind. Not since the latest administration. 5-3 for 500 in the lead. And to me, it looks like with Cirque grabbing that sniper, he's had impact to kills in Boiler, and look at that, Kindo will get the sniper and kill instead. Suddenly, things get a little bit more squirrely on the defense. Spread thin already, 2 to each bomb site. 1.5 left.
He loves to go through these smokes. We saw that throughout this map. We saw that against Rush B as well. He likes to play those proactive plays and can always be quite good as he finds the confident frag on Red Star, and Cirque searches finally connects. Still a man disadvantage for 500.
Oh, no.
Dragon is at the wait, at the ready. Rainwaker
no.
there at brackets. This is a messy round, but Cirque falls and Rainwaker needs to make a decision. Does he want to fight towards A? Yes, he does, but he needs to win the fight, and through the smoke back he goes. 13 HP and maybe pulling the plug already.
Well, they've got money. They can go for this if they want, but it's unlikely to get a 2 versus 3 retake. So they might decide to cut their losses. And indeed, they will. Scarpering into the next round with an AK and an A1S. And now we're at a 1-round game here between 500 and Partisan. Always good to see. Teams stay neck and neck. Though Partisan has been trailing, they are never out of the first half. We all wait with bated breath to see what they'll do on their CT side.
Huh.
Been hit or miss is one way to put it.
Oh yeah, miss or miss.
Yeah, miss or miss. Well, on Inferno, it could especially be rough. But there's still a couple of rounds to play it here before we settle the score. 9 in the bag, 3 remain. That's how math works.
Yeah. That's quick maths. A very tight score line. Map number 3, qualification match. Best of 3. That was quick from Kindo. Of course, we see the X-ray, but he really didn't see a lot of him before he pulled the trigger. And a big mess toward the A-bomb site went into the favor of the boys in black and white. Action continues. Kindo again, first blood with that op. Who knew the AWP can be so effective on the east side of Inferno, but Rainwaker brings one back. That Molly is not gonna do anything as it got extinguished in the smoke. 4-on-4, Cirque and Oxygen playing short, but already one player towards Arches, and is 500 expecting this? They can, and therefore we see Rainwaker looking at Speedway Dragon, not the best timing. That's not what he wanted. And Kindo and Emmy quite far away. They had no chance of helping him. Had no chance of going through that smoke on a timing, and now they can just wait for it to dissipate.
You don't expect Rainwaker to be looking for the flank at that exact time, but heads up play from him as he will even play ahead of the coffin smoke. Poke his head up and see if Kindo can cut it down. This 2v4 is a 2v2 on the site. They got to get this clean. Then they can have a chance. Ami's already dropped. Kindo will at least take out Spellin. It's going to get so much harder from here.
Oh, yeah. Smoke on the site. He wants to stick this. Bit of extra money in the bank for his team in the next round in 1v3, playing around the smoke with this op. He knows that the Bulgarians are regrouping, so he has time to maybe isolate the duel. He missed his flick, and now they know where he is. He's the shoulder, but misses again, and Cirque, tactical airstrike coming in. And 500 still keeping them at an arm's length.
2 kills with an HE and 2 kills with an op. Cirque has got 3 out of those 5 overall. So 500 are definitely sitting pretty. And Cirque is activating, which is super scary if you're on the side of Partisan. So far, it's been the riflers that have been giving you grief. But Cirque on the defensive side of Inferno, for 500's 6th round, absolutely popping off here. Especially with only 1 round left in the chamber. That was a dead man walking. Kindo was not going to be able to do much with that sniper.
Yeah, his only hope was to actually kill the guy in church or ruins, whatever you call it, and then maybe have time to reposition. Slim margins anyway to clutch out that round. That was a quick flick from Cirque as he gets his team into a +1.
Yeah, he's feeling it. 10 frags, 3 deaths. A dominant scoreline for the Bulgarian Opper, rolling back the years. You don't ever really think of Cirque and his babyface as a veteran, but he definitely has been around the block. And with Spellin fragging out elsewhere, Cirque aiming towards Boiler. That one will miss the mark, but there's still plenty more timing. And with Rainwaker getting a frag through the smoke, this 2v5 is not going to go Partisan's way. Finally, we'll see that 7-round score line for 500 on the half. This will not be a tie half.
No, it will not, as Rainwaker breaks the smoke. Emmy, good on the trade, but so much work to do, and the Bulgarians are waiting for him. Even Spellin toward that banana position. Look at that. Going towards ramp. Emmy, will he expect it? Will he even try anything in this round? That's the question. To me, it seems like he maybe even wants to go back to T-spawn and Spellin. Oh, not a chance. That's
Dude,
a tilter right there.
That stings. Like, I'm not even trying to play the game anymore. I just want to go home. And nope. He's waiting for you at home. He was the doorbell.
And he rung you?
Yeah. Just to get in your head. Ran across the street real quick. Now, Spellin is definitely having a good one here, too. Him and Cirque combining for 18 frags is no laughing matter.
Partisan hoping for something now. Good starting damage, but not a lot of weaponry in their hands. It's Deck 9s are what the majority of the T's have. Vladan and Dragon with the rifles hoping to do something. Grouping up.
I just
towards
noticed
B.
that. Dragon's still on 1 kill, right? But Vladin and Kindo are leading with 5 after 12 rounds played, and it looks like they might be leading from the back. Spellin with a 3-man spray down, and Cirque, the other half of this Bulgarian defense, continues to make matters worse. Red Star will hunt them down, and that is a dominant 8-4 score line for 500 as they are about ready to conquer Inferno.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
In the end, a dominant first half for the Bulgarian boys as they lead 8-4 after their CT12 rounds. We'll see what Partisan can do, but a pistol round is imperative to make this another neck-and-neck affair as 500 are threatening to run away with map number 3.
And run away they just might. I think the production would say Idiminato. Let's go. Partisan trying to trail here a little bit. More of a lead for 500 than they've had so far on the half. That's for sure. 8-4, very different than 6-6 as we got plenty more action from the CTs. Required if they want to hold on to things here. It will be a B hit versus only 2 players. Rotations will be slow. Let's see what Collins can do.
Yeah, he has to throw the smoke. He has the dualies and the Kevlar. That could be useful as Emmy just prepares the flash, and there's Collins, the sheriff. Manages to find the first frag, but not finding more through that smoke. Still very confident in his ability, so he's going to play it through the smoke. This could be dangerous for 500, but they're going to be looking for him. He's just going to check banana and wait for his teammates to rotate. It's going to be a 4-on-4 post plant, just making noise so he can make room for his team as Dragon takes the head off of Oxygen. Next frag needs to go in the hands of 500. This is going to be a very difficult site to hold as Spellin is dancing, but dance they will with him. Rainwaker alone. That's another frag. He's finds 3, 1 for 1, but not enough. As Dragon finds him then, and it's going to be the pistol for Partisan. 1v1. That was close. Rainwaker fighting till the bitter end, but it's 5 for the CT side.
Yeah, that was a compulsory pistol round. And it turns out without Oxygen, it's real hard to breathe on that B-bomb site. CT's suffocating 500 on the retake. And heads up play there, by the way. Collins, the sheriff, you called him out. Goes all the way towards Banana and he's still able to wrap back around. They had no idea where he might have lurked off to. They thought maybe he was all the way back in church. It's not Sunday.
Nice. The side
You
of
have 3 MP9s, so Partisan are definitely going to be looking to farm up some cash. I know a team that did this before. I believe their name was 500.
500 had a lot of success with that in the first half, as I mean, the money they got in the first few rounds, that held Partisan at bay to a point for most of the half. Let's see, though, if 500 can get a reset, because after getting the bomb plant, they invested heavily in this round. 3 Tech 9s, an AK and Rainwaker as he's finding his footing here on Inferno. After that, almost miraculous clutch.
Almost. But this ain't horseshoes or hand grenades, at least not yet. Emmy perched above, going to be able to fire from down below, but Collins is stealing away the frags. Eventually runs out of MP9 ammo. He's got to switch to the pistol, and that's not good enough. This is now a 3-on-2. Oh, it's worth noting, Spellin was a little bit far away. Now he's linked up with the team, recovered the bomb. Now we can see. Are they going to get that bomb plant down, or is this going to be a nice and easy cleanup here from Partisan? No bonus round of forward when they've already lost 2 members.
Spellin, he's considering going back toward the A-bomb side. That could be interesting, as we can see Red Star, his job is here just to survive, make noise, and keep them at bay while the captain gets the bomb planted. That's exactly what's going to happen. There's no way they can stop Spellin from getting the bomb plant. So minimum done. Now they can play around it.
They're going to flank around the long position here, trying to clear that bomb. Red Star heard, of course, as Dragon was left over to watch that flank, but he's radioed in the information. Only 1 member will be defending. It is Spellin, and he's found out immediately. Kindo. Oh, no. Don't defuse. Don't turn your back on him. Dragon will at least take care of that, but Spellin is still rocking and rolling here, toying with them. This is a round that Partisan should never be able to drop, and I can't believe they don't have enough time. What a mess. Vladin turns his back on the captain. Miscommunication galore. A 9th round for 500.
That was so messy. And as you said, maybe even unnecessarily so. Just run him down. Of course, in that situation, you don't really think, you hope that he's going to play around the apartments and maybe even go towards short, go towards boiler, try and catch you off guard in that respect. And it seemed that throughout the entire round, it seemed like Partisan have a hold on it, with Emmy and Collins keeping them at bay, leaving it in a 3v2. It seems relatively simple to end the round. Then afterwards, Spellin really made a mess of things, or rather, he made Partisan make the mistakes.
Reality distortion field has been activated, and it seems like the collective decision-making from Partisan just absolutely took a wrong turn. They've got 2 tactical timeouts left after this one, so maybe they can still talk things over, but in a series that's been this tight, when you need every single round, getting reset on the CT side, that feels unforgivable. They did save 2 weapons over, and they will have MP9s and Vladin on the dualies, so still a fighting chance, as 500 are on a bit of a bonus themselves. I suppose if Partisan can reset their opponents, give as good as they get, you can still be in for a real active game.
Good nade. No, Rainwaker gets the first frag. Collins only for 1. And the defense is crumbling, even though the Bulgarians are not even close to a bomb site. Kindo will be the last line of defense on that B bomb site. Let's see if he can find it. Smoke is available, but he's going to die after only finding 1. And Emmy on the rotate. That MP9, short-lived, it was team. There's the first frag, brings it back to a 2v2. They can plant the bomb now. Emmy's still a threat. And close is Vladan, just lurking.
No idea he's coming from Banana, but they might be able to put the pieces together, especially if utility starts to rain down upon them. HE and Smoke available. The newest signing from Partisan. He's going to need to shine bright. But it's Cirque and Rainwaker, a formidable duo, especially Cirque on this map. He's been so good. He'll even take care of Vladin despite the dink. Makes it doable for Emmy, but unlikely. And clotheslined. Not a chance. Not a hope in hell. 10 rounds for 500.
Important 2 rounds, crucial 2 rounds for 500 in this last map of this best of 3. And they have, yet again, double the opponent's points. As it's a 10-5 score line, not looking good for Partizan as 500 players just slipping away. They will soon start running away if it continues like this, and Partizan is, of course, at a decision to make. They're gonna have to go with an eco and hope that they can save enough money to actually muster up a good buy in the next round and then tie up a few rounds, chain together, actually more than a few rounds at this point.
Collins will try to throw a spanner in the works by delaying that smoke from hitting its intended target. Oxygen will contact out here. The flash there. Indo plays anti, but still gets bisected. And yeah, this is going to be a nice and easy affair here for 500 to get their 11th. This is what I was worried about here. Yuba, Partizan dropping that one very important round. It would have been their 6th, the 500's 9th. They could have still done something there. All Vladin can do is count chickens. That sounds like something you do after your Counter-Strike career.
Yeah. That USB in hand, not gonna do much. Maybe try and double ding somebody. Why not? Nope. Cirque is gonna ring his head like a bell. And it's 6 rounds to the favor of 500 as Partizan have what could be the last buy in this best of 3.
It really could be, which is a scary thing to say for the Serbian side, but here they are. Back against the wall in a big way. That's how you described it when we went to Mirage. Turns out they had some fight left in them, like a endangered animal. But it seems like the adrenaline is past 500. The subsistence hunter. Oh, you're going to be running them down. Vladin in a forward position in bedroom. It's getting a little toasty here. Somebody turned down the heat. 4 members of 500 moving towards Banana. And it's just Rainwaker to find any little bit of movement he can.
And he does.
Kindo. That's a good start.
That's a great start. Vladin is going to take care of him, but that is a big kill. That's going to keep the CTs at bay on that A bomb site, and 2 guys defending B. Let's see if they can be successful at that as 500 are just waiting for that smoke to fade and ready to attack, ready to strike. Only 1 grenade at the ready for the Partizan boys defending this side. That's a flash in the hands of Collins. So the shooting will have to be good. Vladan on the rotate as 500 seemed to be sure that this will be their final destination of this round.
We're starting to pivot away, and Partizan only have Dragon here to defend in the 4-on-4. The rotations are going to have to be swift. Vladin already cheating away. He'll get there as the smoke start to bloom. Oh, good awareness from Emmy.
Remember Rush B and Kinky getting a play from there. They learned from their mistakes quite well, but Cirque, another cubby to put himself in, and now back to B. The rotate needs to be fast as Emmy died. Collins arriving, but the MP9, what can it do? Vladan on CT, Dragon dead. Collins finding the frag. This is a messy round. Red Star remains, but the bomb not even close. No time to win this round, and Partizan still alive.
Good on Red Star for surviving in that rough situation, but yeah, I mean, these are the really smallest of margins that you can imagine winning some of these CT rounds. That's how they get their 6th. They could have avoided all of this disaster if Vladin hadn't turned his back towards Spellin all the way back on the default plant of A. But at the very least, with Collins getting ahead of the utility that Cirque through, that will work things just fine there. That would have been series point, and you would have had 6 opportunities for 500 to clear it out. Attack pause from Partizan. They got 1 left.
Quite good. Did they manage to save themselves, make this a less one-sided affair, but still in the driver's seat is the side of 500. They are still the ones dictating the tempo. And as we've previously mentioned, Partizan struggling on their CT sides today. Not looking too good. So they're gonna have to dig deep and muster up a few more chained rounds to actually make us and 500 consider this being a tight-fought affair.
Again, you gotta try to lose with dignity if you're gonna lose at all. Partisan want to avoid that. They do not want to be cast into that 2-2 bracket where they're likely to, assuming they do make it through, go up against some of the Titans in the next round. Hence, Fnatic, Passion UA. Maybe 500 as well. We'll see.
Danger.
Who ends up joining?
But he poses the threat. As oxygen falls, Collins is going to throw a smoke to half wall, but he's going to actually get killed through the said smoke. And now things are starting to be a bit more complicated as Rainwaker takes care of Ladan again from a deficit. Partisan needs to fight. This CT side again crumbling. Dragon puts it back to a 3-on-3, but he can't have the luxury of dying. Neither can Emmy, but he's going to have his head blown off. And Kindo needs to be the hero. Stuck in triple box, just waiting for the attack to come.
Well, at the very least, there's no Molly to flush him out. He's got a multi-kill here. First found. That's Spellin going down. Remarkable map start by Red Star. Yet again, the hero of the round to get his team series point. Certainly seems like a likelihood. Oh, Dragon. He wasn't able to break the smoke properly. Nor did he put damage downrange. Cirque taps the bomb and, oh, he goes for it. Somehow, the star of Partisan might have more to say. Red Star is going to be able to try to get the better of him, but it won't matter. Dragon will finally post a round, coming back into things with 9 frags to his name. Remember, he started at 1 for 7 earlier.
Yep, it was
quiet resurgence.
It was so slow in the first half and making things work now. It seemed like an impossible round, and you kind of called it. He can't really do anything, especially when he failed to break the smoke and couldn't get a duel, but going through the smoke and finding Cirque, then Red Star on that fade away couldn't do anything, and Partisan kind of still keeping themselves alive. A heroic play for Dragon, and he's the one keeping them in life. Not just on this map, but also, of course, on Mirage. A few clutches there as well, and those impactful rounds is what keeps Partisan in this match.
And eventually they will end up breaking the eco, as we see here, 500 down to an AK, only some pistols for everybody else, but it is on Rainwaker, and Red Star has also been a bit of a titan here. They're competing for each other, who can get the most frags. I think maybe Rainwaker has a better advantage with the AK-47, but Red Star will still be happy to trade him. Ooh, that looks really dangerous for Emmy. And it still is dangerous, mind you, but at least some utility will allow him to cut some more down, and support from Collins down range. Partisan look good for their 8th.
Yep, seems simple as they took care of the rifle. Of course, a Deagle and a Glock remain, and that's not saying much as Oxygen is on 26 HP. Dragon takes him down. Cirque did upgrade to a Tech 9, but I guess what he can hope for in this situation is just find a frag, take a gun away from the side of Partisan. Yeah. As you said, 8 rounds on the board, 3 remain to tie this game up.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think we could be going for all the rounds here. But Partisan are definitely looking like they're going to get that late half resurgence that they missed on Nuke and that they relied on Mirage. Remember, this was an 8-4 half and one very bungled CT round for Partisan. Shades of the last Inferno they played on Rush B. Obviously a very different nature for that to be worked up and improper, but well, you know, 500 has a way of getting in your head. 1 tactical timeout left for them as they talk things over. Bulgarian side have yet to post a round in the last 3, so definitely want to get back on the horse, back in the saddle.
One more timeout left. That's also an issue. The fact that if Partisan keeps stringing rounds, 500 are not going to have a lot of timeouts to work with, though. They do need only 2 to proceed to the top 8.
Indeed. Slimmest of margins keep Partisan in the game in the series overall. It'll be yet another mixed buy, although more rifles than last time for 500. No op yet for Kindo. He has had to play with only rifles, but he's not unfamiliar to that. As Emmy strikes yet again. He was the hero of the last round. He needs to be a hero again, but he's cut down after only a little bit of damage to the second victim. And Collins can't control the spray. And go through the smoke, finds two. That's the hope for Partisan.
Yeah, Kindo. That was a Hail Mary shooting through the smoke, and there's Dragon to take down Red Star. It's only Rainwaker alive, and he was guarding the behind. Now going through the smoke, hoping to catch somebody off guard. Not going to happen, not so soon. Partisan again. As you said, the slimmest of margins. They were in a deficit, and Kindo catching two through the smoke.
Yeah.
That's hopeful, to say the least.
Yeah, the least expected turn of events. Well, if we want to continue with that line of logic, Rainwaker can serve us up a 1 versus 3. He's found the position of 1. Good spacing on that. He doesn't expect them to go for the re-peek, and he's got the AK in hand. It's gold, it's gaudy, and he's gone. Kindo finishes what he started. That's 3 frags for him. And really, without his 2 frags through the smoke, I think Partisan just drop it right there. Might have to even consider saving with their surviving members. Dragon adds to the heroics, adds to the chaos. I was a little bit skeptical of it on Mirage, and yet here it is working on Inferno.
We have to admit, it's kind of, you win some, you lose some. Emmy was unlucky. His mouse jumped, so that's why he died. He could have maybe caught somebody more in that hold of the B-bomb site, so sometimes you are lucky, sometimes you're not. Yeah.
Is he a KZ or something? What's going on with that?
Pistols in the hands of 500 players. Partisan can smell the comeback.
That's 3 rounds in a row. They haven't had the buy necessary to make things happen.
Yeah,
that's what happens when you don't get bomb plants on that T side. And Vladin, down to 4 health, needs to fall back after that opening frag. Oh, Dragon's going to use that golden AK. Dragon Horde, perhaps, as he and the rest of his team frag out versus the Pistols. I think there was 1 hero AK in there, but 500... You don't call them a hero. They're the hero that dies at level 1. See you, nerd.
The weird thing is, I sometimes your Dungeons and Dragon jokes go over my head. I don't know if it was a Dungeons and Dragon joke because
it might as well.
The entire fantasy genre is mostly out of my specter of entertainment.
I see. Got to think about sci-fi RPGs you might have played. Maybe I can do something there.
Yeah, we can talk about that. Oh, Kindo. Gotta get nuked a little bit.
Unfortunately, his own nade doesn't find much value. Collins has been dropped, and Kindo at half health. You're gonna need to rely on that extra little bit of utility. And Emmy falling as well. This is rough. It's the op. It's the only line of logic here. Partisan want to get their tie game, but it might get clawed out of their hands at the last moment. It's Felon through the smoke. He spotted him. That's a wrap there, and 2v4. You don't even attempt this.
Yeah, not going to be a heroic play for Partisan this time. A few rounds strung together off of plays you don't expect. That clutch we really didn't expect to see, and Kindo catching through the smoke. This time, none of it was found, as Oxygen, the only victim from the side of 500. They are going to have 2 match points. Partisan are going to have to fight for overtime.
Well, it wouldn't be a decider on Inferno without overtime. There's a whole podcast called Overtime on Inferno. I don't know if it's still going. But yeah, that's how specific CS podcasts get. Overtime on Inferno. We could see that. Rainwaker wants to take away another rifle, but Dragon will not let the adventurers steal away the loot. Instead, 500 are stealing away the series. At least that's how it feels. And after ripping Nuke right out of the hands of the boys in black and white, our Serbian side here, Partisan strike back on Mirage. Map that neither team was favored on is the map that team won.
Yeah. A strange turn of events, as I would assume Tipsport oddmakers are going to be scratching their heads.
Oh, yeah.
Back to base for 500. Collins out of the picture. And could this be the start of the end of this best of 3 as Emmy wants to fight survive? Will he? The answer seems to be a resounding no, finding one frag and still alive in the smoke, but he's gonna die to the molly and the bomb site. V belongs to 500 players, and Wayne Waker still playing that lurk, wanting to catch somebody off guard. Vladan seems to be ready for exactly that, and Dragon managed to rotate. They slowed this round down, and that might be what costs them.
It might be. It's certainly making them think twice about committing to the B bomb site. Man advantage for 500. Another incendiary picked up. The stalling will continue until the scoreline improves. That HE. Well, Red Star's a bit wounded, but other than that, not really much found. Okay, that's big from Kindo. Kind of confirms to 500 that B has to be the target. So when's the rotate going to come through, or is Dragon going to light them all up at the end?
He's going to have to, it would seem. The set piece comes in, smoke's falling, so are the mollies. Flashes should be underway, and there we go. Dragon completely blind over the pillar, finding one, searching for more, but not finding it. He managed to get this into an active round for his teammates. Kindo, not the best weapon in a retake is the op, but Vladan at their heels already on Banana. That's going to be a boost, but nobody to catch off guard towards CT already. Are the CTs ready? Will Red Star find the first frag? If he falls, they're going to know it. They're going to know what's going on, so they should expect it at some point. Vladan is going to get the frag, and it's only Cirque remaining. They know exactly where he is, and they can pounce towards him. There we go. And this best of three is not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen.
It will continue. Partisan with 11. The smallest of margins in one round separates us from the boys and the men from overtime and a 2-1 series victory for 500. I know which one Partisan wants.
Well, still 500 are in the lead, and they have one more chance to finish things off and go to the top 8. A big reward ahead of them in that case. As we already mentioned, going 3-1, that possibly gives you even good seeding in those deciders, a good chance to actually go to LAN, and that's what all the teams in this competition are looking for. Partisan need to save themselves once more. Tactical timeout for the side of 500. 0 left as we head into the last round of regulation. Will it be their last round of this best of 3?
And remember, we've got one more after this as well to decide who's going to be meeting potentially the loser of this series, depending on how the Swiss seed goes through.
Can I take a nap first?
We'll find out. We'll find out. I mean, 500 have, to their credit, been a bit more speedy with their T-side in Inferno, but they were a little bit of a sleeper going into it on the other maps. And now the final round of regulation is upon us. Could be the final round of the whole set. Not if Partisan have anything to say about it, but Kindo's burning alive. They don't know the op is there. Collins in the off angle, expecting anti-flash, but Oxygen is just gonna go through. Hard contact, clears the deck. We've got a 5-on-4.
First nail in the coffin hit, but they've hit that nail on the head before. Kindo flashed off Emmy with the molly, but that molly was quite close, and Kindo dead. Emmy not able to do anything, and 500 mustering their way to victory, using the last remaining chance, as only Dragon and Vladan remain in a 2v4 post plant. Not something you want to be in. So many angles to check. They have utility, they have the fuse kits, but that's not the point. Right now, they need to go through the Bulgarians and get to the bomb, and the side of 500 have no intention of letting them do just that. Dragon, first point of contact, knows that there's 1 or 2 players towards Banana. Vladan, the only one to remain, and he's going to get taken down. 500 moving to the quarterfinals.
That's right, the top 8 now includes 500. The Bulgarian squad narrowly make it over Partisan in what must be the most heartbreaking affair that the Serbian side has had to deal with, contending with 500 in a storied rivalry. Here's that last round replay. Oxygen doing plenty of work here, and Emmy only good for 1. The pressure too high for Kindo. He just couldn't make it happen in the B bomb site with that op. It was real rough to see, but at the end of the day, when we're really looking at this, that kind of tells the story of Partisan so far. They made it much more close than I thought they would after dropping their own map pick. But really, why did they? How did that happen? How is 500 getting away with the nuke pick? And sure, you have to use all the heroics you can muster to bring us to this point, but that's a rough, hand dealt. The fate is not there for them. They will be cast down to the 2-2 bracket, or even if they make it through, they'll have a much harder matchup ahead of them in those quarterfinals.
Oh yeah, there's still a long way to go if you want to go to land, though for 500 only one best of 3, though we should put a bit of a asterisk on only, given the fact that 500 still have to win that best of 3, and it's not going to be an easy one. It's going to be against still a pretty good opponent that managed to, of course, go through the Swiss stage. Partisan have one more chance to go into the top 8. They're going to play that 2-2 bracket, best of 3, and they might actually squeeze through, but actually going through the deciders, even if they do, they're still going to be dealt a pretty difficult hand, to be completely honest.
Yeah, and I think based on my understanding of the seeding, it's very likely that 500 will have to deal with the other 2-2 team not named Passion UA. It'll most likely be Navi Junior. Now, it could be totally wrong about that because Swiss seeding is sometimes an arcane art. But just looking at the score lines of the previous matchups and the fact that Passion UA has the head-to-head versus Navi Junior, obviously there's going to be 3 teams that are going to be the favored seeds, but only 2 of them were able to qualify 3-0. So of the 3 teams that qualify out of the 2-1 pool, which we now know, Navi Junior, Passion UA, and 500, I have a feeling that it might be a 500 Navi Junior matchup, and that is going to be one they have to prepare for in spades.
Oh, that's going to be one hell of a matchup. That's going to be quite interesting, though this best of 3 was quite exhausting. And as you already mentioned, we have one more for today. It's not going to be a promotion match, actually. It's going to be an elimination match. Kubix versus GUN5. We'll see who can go through to the 2-2 bracket and who is going to be eliminated from the Tipsport Conquest of Prague after a short break.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soráč!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Na portále Playzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál Playzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Hello, Dame. Thank you so much for coming to our interview. You skipped the last match against Partizan, so now you need to keep winning to keep your chances. Do you think it's a shame and they would be an ideal opponent for you last round?
I think no. It's like against Partizan or what?
Yeah, against Partizan.
I think it was easy game, but we was playing like 4 hours last game in another tournament. But it's happened. It happened.
Yeah. How does your schedule looks right now? Because every team is playing a lot of matches. Do you have the same problem?
Yeah, we are playing a lot of prags. We are training like every day. It's a little bit harder, but it's okay.
Yeah. In terms of your other tournaments, other matches, how does your form look like? Are you winning? Are you happy right now with your momentum, or maybe struggling?
From 1 to 10, it's like 6, I think. It's not the best form right now.
Yeah, so not great, but not terrible. You still need to win 3 BO3s in a row to be able to qualify. Is that your comfort zone, maybe, to play under pressure?
I think no pressure for us. We'll just do our work, and we will see what we will do. Yeah.
You will play Kubix. Right now they are kind of surprising everyone with their form. How do you feel about them as your opponent?
It's like they're playing, how to say it? It's Kosovo players, so they can do everything on the map. So it will be. We just need to watch every smoke, watch every like push, and we will win it. I think.
So you think it will
insane
be...
game style?
Yeah. Do you think this will be entertaining? BO3 with a lot of running through smokes and stuff.
Yes.
Okay, looking forward to it. Yeah, thank you so much for the interview and good luck to the match.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
Hello, Gamezilla. Thank you so much for coming to our interview. Close match against Dynamo in your last round, but with a bitter end. What do you think were the key moments in the match?
Hello. I don't exactly remember right now, but we threw a couple of rounds. They played really good as well. They made us make some mistakes that we shouldn't have. But overall, it went a good match. Maybe with some more luck, we can win our next matches.
Yeah. Are you maybe a little sad that you are at 1-2 right now, since now you need to win 3 BO3s in a row to qualify for the line?
I'm not that sad, to be honest. I think in best of 3s we have a better chance. We can play our maps more. And I think it will go good today.
So you are comfortable about your map pool right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
We play all maps apart from one.
Epic. Do you want to say which one it is, or you want to keep it yourself?
No. Probably our teams know it, but better to not say it.
Yeah, for sure. GUN5 conceded their last match. Do you think they are a stronger team than a 1-2 team right now? Are you maybe a bit sad that you are facing them right now?
We are not sad, actually. They are a really good team. We practiced a couple of times against them. I think it will be a good matchup for us. We both like aim team, you know. We just go out and aim. So I think it's going to be a really good match to watch.
Yeah. What would be the main thing you need to focus on this match?
For sure to make less mistakes that we did in previous games. We play more together. Don't choke 5v3s, 5v2s. That's it, probably.
Yeah, GUN5 told us about your team that they need to be cautious for you running through smokes and playing crazy CS. Are we going to see that tonight?
Maybe. I don't know what to say. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, we are going to enjoy that then. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you. Goodbye.
500 have booked their ticket to the top 8. On the other side of the spectrum, we got teams fighting for survival. GUN5 and Kubix to start this 1 and 2 bracket today. We'll see who is going out and who's going to the 2 and 2 bracket, and a chance, of course, to proceed to the top 8. Thanks for the gestures. I mean, if somebody can't understand English, he's going to understand what I'm saying. Anyway, Pronogo, we got a hell of a best of 3 on our hands, though. First of all, I need to start with GUN5. They lost one map, or best of 1, to complete choke against Rush B. They had it in the bag. Then they won one best of 1. And they get a default defeat or a default conceding of a best of 1 because they couldn't make it on time for a match. It seems like they shouldn't be here, judging from the quality of how they've been playing.
Yeah, it's fair. And they were locked in quintuple overtime in a different series. So it makes sense that they would be, okay, yeah, all right, we can't make it to this one. Unfortunate. But Partisan probably should have swapped places with GUN5. It's not a guarantee, of course. Anything can happen, especially in a best of 1.
Yeah.
It does feel like maybe this should be a Partisan versus Kubix, and what we should have casted earlier was GUN500, which would have been fun to say at the very least. But instead, it will, of course, be GUN5 taking on the Kosovar squad of Kubix. We heard from Gamezilla in the interview that while the opponents might be worried about taking a bunch of smoke kills and all that, Gamezilla is just hoping to make less mistakes than the previous losses in the best of 1s. He feels confident in the best of 3s, which is important, of course, and something that maybe surprises me, because usually when you're the underdog that nobody's heard from, the more film they get on you and the more opportunity they have to play their own strengths, the better they're going to be and the worse off you are going to be as that underdog. So a little bit surprising to hear that, but it shows confidence and maybe a little bit of aura, dare I say, that I think maybe Gamezilla can be that leader of men. He seems like a charismatic figure from the little bits that I've seen. We've got the veto on your screens right here and right now. I did have a couple of observations from the map pools of these two teams, and my expected maps here were Mirage, Anubis, and Dust 2, but it looks like Ancient is actually going to get picked up by GUN5 instead. So we will have a pivot away from my personal predictions. Anubis will make it in as the pick of Kubix. No surprises there, with GUN5 starting on the T side. And our decider will be Dust 2. So honestly, not too bad. I only got one map wrong.
Yeah, not too bad at all, though I am surprised by the Ancient pick. Of course, we're going to get a chance to see the numbers, but I'm kind of confused as to the fact, of course, looking at the numbers, because I have them in front of me, it's not a great map for GUN5, and not only that, it's the one map Kubix won throughout this entire tournament. Remember, they lost 2 best of 1s, and they won the opening one against 9. And that was, an underdog story in and of itself. So GUN5 going on Ancient, maybe shooting themselves in the foot. Maybe they have a plan to start with. We're going to find out. But Tipsport is full with the GUN5. Or they're of course, predicting that GUN5 is going to be the bigger dog coming into this best of 3. And I mean, it's for good reason. GUN5 is, from what it seems, on a level above Kubix at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, GUN5 have been a squad that have just been really trading blows with some of the, tier 2 middleweights, you could say, the ones that are not quite there at the creme de la creme. They're not going to be able to even necessarily consistently take down those mid-table names like Ents and Fnatic that ended up topping the scores here in this tournament. Yet when we come down here to this level, where Kubix is just coming in, and they're not the most, consistent, shall we say. You can see Sudame watching through some of those notion. Is that what is that program actually? That might have been Skybox. That might have been one of those other ones, but
it's possibly a Skybox.
Yeah. Either way, they're having a good time of it. I used to use a couple of these programs back in the day. The Leadify one was pretty solid, and so it's pretty good for prep. But that one looks a little bit more modern, a little bit more sleek than what I'm used to. Some updates might have come on through. Sudame going to be taking a look at every little bit, every nook and cranny that he can get. And we have Selter sitting down at his workstation here, ready to clock in and go in for a best of 3. Ancient is a bizarre pick because numbers-wise, it definitely doesn't favor GUN5, but maybe they're just so used to playing at a higher level of competition that they're going to trust their instincts and their ability to just kind of breeze on through. Now, on the side of Kubix, we've got Bledder, who's obviously going to be a player to watch. Gamezilla, the IGL, we heard from him earlier. in that match. And we've been most impressed personally with Amar so far, and his clutch factor, his multi-kill rounds as an anchor. He's not statistically a solid player in terms of just looking at the stats, but I think his impact rating is pretty solid here. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing just how on point he is on Ancient. You can see him warming up there. One of those players that, just like all the other homies, will play in the dark, apparently.
That's something we talked about through our time casting this competition. Not best thing for your eyes, though. Speaking of Amar, I mean, when we think about how things got through when they played 9, he was kind of the standout figure in many of impactful rounds for the side of Kubix. And the more I think about the choice from GUN5 to pick Ancient, the more I think about that game, because even though they did beat 9, even though they were underdogs coming into that best of 1, they did show some mistakes. They did have some sloppy rounds. So maybe that's something that GUN5 is actually looking to and trying to punish starting this best of 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think as we see a little bit more out of Kubix in the early rounds, if GUN5 can get on a bit of a heater, then, you know, maybe it can be similar to how Nuke was left through in the previous rotation. But this is a little bit different. It made total sense, in my opinion, for the Mirage pick to come out of 500 in our last series. It was a punish pick that didn't end up working out, but on paper, it makes total sense. This one is kind of the inverse, picking a map that your opponent is totally fine with and leaving on the table the Mirage that gets banned second rotation. Kubix are happy with this veto for sure. Yeah. And so this is going to be an opportunity potentially for them to close this one out 2-0. Rarely do we see upsets of this kind of nature that could end up happening, where the team is like, oh yeah, we're just going to close it out 2-0. That's going to be it. Like the upset being a 2-0 start here could really come into the picture. But, well, that's plenty of GUN5 players. As you hear, Hielo has been absolutely ruining people, although admittedly a lot of those performances were on Nuke, with the XM in mind is certainly something that I think of when I think about that player's highlight reel. So there's going to be some contention either way.
Yeah, and it seems that we are soon to get underway with the second best of 3. Team that wins has to go through 2 more best of 3s to get to land. Team that loses is out of the competition, and this is, of course, tight margins for error, not a lot of room to make mistakes throughout this match. GUN5 coming in as heavier favorites than we're used to seeing in this tournament, though Kubix have been the Giant Slayers as they have defeated 9 in their opening best of 1. But best of 1s and best of 3s, completely different story. We'll see if they can eliminate the side of GUN5. The good thing for them, of course, given that it is GUN5's map pick, Kubix start on the CT side.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. See if they can weather the storm on the pistol round. It's going to be an initial presence towards B as GUN5 peel Hielo off towards that middle of the map. It's Gamezilla to accept him, and 5 sets of Kevlar on almost everybody here in the server. Seltzer, the only exception, tries to get that utility to fly. Ooh, Amar. Well, that was not a good look for the man, the myth, the legend. Kubix are down a man already.
Oh, not a good start. If you want to retake a site, the bomb is going to get planted. Oh, Sadame completely destroying them. That's 3 in the round for him. Fine Shine and Lackey chipping in. And round number 1 goes to the side of GUN5.
Kind of an over and then shut case before it even started. They storm the gates of the B bomb site, finding really no resistance, and that's after they clear Amar out of cave. So rough spot, rough start for the Kosovar side, but plenty of Counter-Strike left to be played. We'll have to see what the CT Force looks like.
That's the question. Look at Sadame.
Yeah.
We got to hear him on the interview, quite confident. They need to be careful. They know how Kubix plays, but is that enough? Because Gamezilla said that they played some pracs against GUN5, and he doesn't see what all the fuss is about. See what the official is bring.
Yeah, those could be very different stories here. Yellow brought down to 7 health, so not crisp aim from Sally, but not terrible either. Softens him up for the other weapons on the field. Gamezilla also kind of gets baited in there, but Feinshen looks like he'll still end up clearing, especially with that flashbang. And oh, he might not have looked, actually, but Gamezilla gives up the ghost. It's a Selter combo there alongside Fine Shine, and maybe the CTs will just elect to save on the B-bomb site as A is compromised.
Ancient, the save simulator, from what we've seen so far, is, well, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. They're saving for the first time this best of 3. I don't know really where I was going with that. But we can
I mean, it's a fair point. When you see the A site get overtaken in these kinds of situations, you very rarely want to try to retake when you're a man down. You retake A when you still have more members alive, and well, that is definitely not the case for Kubix. They've at least answered back with 1 frag, but unlikely to be able to post anything else up. He holds for it, and Fine Shine, yeah, okay, he ends up getting taken down in the end, but it's all just fine here for the side of the T's. 2-0 start for GUN5.
Yeah, and GUN5 are going to be happy with this. In theory, you'd think, all right, they lost an AK, so they might be kicking themselves for that. But they lost an AK, but they took away 3 guns that potentially could have been dangerous in the 3rd round. Kubix, they're basically going to have USPs if they opt to... Oh, my God, that was the last bullet headshot with the MAC-10. That's interesting to see. As I was saying, Kubix, if they do want to opt for pistols, they're not going to have Kevlar, so should be relatively simple for GUN5. As I say that, Kubix are known for their deagle prowess. Let's see what they can do now.
Yeah, Amar in particular with the deagles. I'm remembering all the Mirage games. He's been blown out of the server, but he still left an impression, and it's going to be a nice and easy cleanup. Kubix is down to 1 man. It is their IGL. Captain Forehead. I don't think he's going to be able to get too much here. Yellow, though, actually might have let him slip. They're just side by side.
Oh, beautiful.
They're sharing space.
Oh, that's pretty. Oh, Hilo. He's going to see him. No, the answer seems to be no. Gamezilla. Knife. Come on. All right, none of it. He just wants to get the kill. Or that's what happens when you're not sure in your decisions, Gamezilla. You gotta commit to the knife, all right?
Oh, they opened the console to type some laughs after that one. That's a stinker. I don't know how you say the equivalent in Gamezilla's native tongue there, but that's a desk slammer for sure.
Oh yeah, that's the beginning of the match. For reason. Yeah. I mean, from the third person point of view, it's even more ridiculous.
Yeah, it's Looney Tunes. Yeah, it's just it's hilarious. Well, redemption can be quick for Gamezilla. Not a great buy in terms of utility, though, so they could end up getting eaten alive if GUN5 decide to take this one slow. If you think about it, even though it looks silly, Gamezilla tries to get that eco rolling with a knife kill. It does make some sense, but ooh, how has Gamezilla not found that? No redemption at all.
Yeah, no, that's a tilter. That's a desk slammer, as Trippy tries to find something more. Bit of nade damage dealt, not too much. Lackey wants to fight easy as you like. 1-man advantage for the side of GUN5.
I feel like 4-on-3s are so much easier for T's than even 5-on-4s are. Really disproportionate impact taking away that 4th defender. It's Trippy and Amar. They don't get tripped up. That boost for Lackey is so good. Even a wallbang headshot, you can make that kill feed as long as you like. It's still going to be pointed towards a GUN5 victory. Unless Amar has a miraculous hold. Instead, he dies before I can finish my sentence. Feinstein plants the bomb, and this is a 4th round for GUN5. Bleder, he's just going to try his best to save that big green.
Yep. Hopefully he will be able to do that. Otherwise, Kubix back to pistols. Of course, they will be back to pistols anyway in the next round. We can expect that to happen even with good luck. Can't really commit to the buy. But if they lose that op, that's going to be one hell of a weapon out of their hands. Not a common spot to save. Now he's been seen, missed shot, fine shine. Not going to get rewarded with his favorite weapon. Bleder is going to die either way as he went into his demise.
I don't know about peeking into that one and scoping in a bit slower. It's like he didn't really fully expect to be going up against that. If that's an indication of Bleder's current form, that's going to be a bit questionable. Well, Rex on the one whiff, but doesn't get a chance to back after.
Listen, I want to try and search for his logic. His logic was, all right, the guy's rotating up right. So there's no way anybody's on the other side. They're probably searching for me on mid, trying to get the op, or maybe at E-spawn anyway.
Sure, yeah.
So he had no idea. There was not only one, but two guys actually in that position.
Yes. Absolutely. Oh, hold on. Selter. Yeah, that is trouble. Unfortunately, Blutter gets cut down before he can extend it. So this little force by action for the CTs. They get some aggression towards mid, but as of right now, a 2-on-4. This could be a very quick half here if we're not careful. Lackey, or at least he'll be brought down by Sally, but this does not feel like an active round.
Not in the least. Oh, had he found that kill, there would have been a chance. None of that, as Trippy still interested to sniff towards the other side. Not going to get the frag on Hilo. And the thing is, for Kubix, GUN5, and no pun intended, are just outgunning them at this moment.
Siren Song of Ancient will continue, and it does feel like the fragging is all in GUN5's department. You are right. Kubix is just struggling on the left click.
Like, Lackey is going for sort of ego peaks, you know? We've seen that a few times so far in the past 5 rounds, and he's going away with that because they killed him only once. SDA still alive, and Lackey and Feinstein opening things up. Hilo closing this round down as Sally is the only line of defense for this site. He needs a multi-frag, and one and done, not enough. Bledart again in a position to try and save the op.
Well, the bomb's not even planted, so there's plenty of time for the T's to go hunting. And there's not much money left for Kubix. In fact, you can basically call that one a bankruptcy. Despite the fact that max loss has been attained, they will not have a full buy going into the next, so this op save is going to be compulsory. We are about halfway through the first half as GUN5 are posting their 6th. Ooh. Well, Saddam's been spotted, but Bledder not fast enough. Okay, well, he'll do damage through the wall. He's really hunting for it. This feels totally unnecessary. Are Kubix awake? Can somebody tell them that they've got a game? As they have not yet arrived, it feels like.
Yeah, not even a shadow of what we see in that opening day against 9 on this very map. And we were worried. That is a shot and a half from Feinstein, though. I have to say, we were worried about GUN5 picking this map, but it seems to be their playground.
Yeah, I don't know if you can write this one off as GUN5 being super confident on the map per se. It does feel like they're just outclassing the individuals. Gamezilla will steal an AK at least, but... Oh, okay, hold on. Now we can talk about something. Yeah. Remember, this was not an investment for the side of Kubix when Bledder drops that. He's actually going back for his SMG if he can, and Feinstein... Oh! Ooh, the little silhouette there. Domes him. Technically a smoke kill. Technically.
Yeah. Only just. They lost one gun now. Solly with the AK. He has full armor. Oh, no. They heard the jump. They can expect him. Saddam gonna take him out. And for a moment, it seemed like this round could be costly, like this round could be difficult for GUN5. Hold that thought. A deagle kill might still turn the tide, as they're still trying to hunt for something, the side of Kubix, but one out, one low. Ooh, Feinstein quick. And he seems to have spent a long time in the warm-up room, as those flicks are connecting no problem for him.
Indeed, indeed. Difficult for Kubix to actually come into this game. It makes sense for Gamezilla to do what he's doing, especially as he catches Selter. But if you get a 2-man lead and you still can't close it out, I know it was a rough buy. I know Kubix did not have the weapons to really contest, but maybe getting a little bit too desperate if you're trying to claw back the MP9 of all weapons. Feinstein definitely watching for that. Oh. And look at that, he even catches Gamezilla immediately, domed, starting off in a 4-on-4 after all is said and done. At least Saddam has finally been shut up, but he's not even the top fragger right now. That's the opper.
Oh, yeah. Lackey's fragging out as well. Hilo went under the radar when we spoke about him, how he can be impactful. Not to be the case here, as Kubix finally find their footing. Selter, easy frag. There's one, and he knows one is close to Red Room. Just gonna smoke it off. Mind games aplenty now, Pronogo. Now the side of Kubix need to think how they will rotate as the bomb is heading toward the A-bomb site.
Yeah, this is looking very dangerous right now. GUN5 chaining together 8 rounds, it seems like it. Feinstein somehow doesn't go down after all that, but Amar eventually will finish the job. And now it's a 2-on-2. Lackey. Oh, okay, well, Bledder will at least be good for that frag, but Seltzer could still throw a monkey wrench into the works, and Amar, at the very least, with the jump, is able to throw the aim off of GUN5's IGL. It took 8 rounds, but Kubix have finally posted a single one in response. They don't have a lot of money to work with into the next, and they can easily get reset. But GUN5, they'll only be winning the half after a little bit of action here, so I think they're going to be just fine and dandy with this.
So quick on the flick, sorry. Kubix finding their lifeline. Only just. Still, not impossible for them to tie up 4 rounds more and then to have a very respectable half, all things considered. So don't leave them out of this just yet, even though the Tipsport odds are rubbing salt in the wound, putting it
big time.
at 104 for the side of GUN5.
Well, get in while the going is tough, apparently. Seltzer opens up onto GameZilla. IGL violence goes the way of GUN5, and now there's still a man up. 4-on-3, notoriously difficult. Trippy. Oh, he might be able to find the IGL at the very least, but instead he's trying to disappear through the smoke, and I don't think that any of GUN5 were the wiser, but Seltzer still watches as the smoke fades. So too does Trippy's life. Now a 2-on-4, and of course Kubix are going to attempt to at least find a look in, see if they can stop that bomb from going down, but the utility is just way too good.
Amar?
Nope.
All right.
Not home.
The lights are on, but nobody's home.
That's right. That's right. It's the oldest trick in the book. You put that security sticker that says monitored by security system. And just hope nobody tests that theory. Calling the bluff. The Dame will confirm the save. 8 rounds for GUN5, and they look like they are showing no signs of stopping. If you had to expect what a team like Kubix, totally unknown outside of their region, would be able to do in a tournament like the Conquest of Prague, this is what I would have told you I expected to begin with. They made it here. They made it this far. And they did do it off the back of some impressive showings in the best of ones, but they were not able to make it any further, give themselves any more chances. And through GUN5's own hubris, shall we say, of not being able to finish their meal in another tournament in time, they fall to the 1 and 2 bracket and now are easily outclassing Kubix on Ancient.
Yeah, so far, so good for GUN5. Let's not leave them out of this just yet. It is still half 1, map 1. There's more Counter-Strike to be played. Hopefully, Kubix can find a way to bounce back. And I just laughed for a little moment when you said they're not known outside their region. I was like, I know about them, and then I remember, I'm in their region.
I think there might be some famous back and forth. Hey, speaking of famous, try that little scenario on for size. Spawn to spawn swap. I think I know Kubix would rather have the score line of GUN5, so they might be happy with that trade, but as of right now, with a pistol buy around the op, it's GameZilla on the MP9, looking to see if he can get any more action here, but he's going to get immediately stuffed by Lackey. Being a little bit too fast and loose with the rules. GUN5 indeed watching every smoke, just as Sadame said. Fills me with a little bit of respect for Sadame for sure, seeing that he was walking through the little software there to see how Kubix were playing, trying to refresh his memory, so he can take advantage, take initiative.
And it was enough for what we've seen so far.
Oh yeah.
As they're reading him like a book, Sadame could be in trouble. No, he's the bringer of all the trouble, all the nightmares of Kubix. Sadame completely wiping them out, wiping the floor with the Kubix side, and he wants more to find. He's running riot.
Yeah, rampant on the B-bomb site. You will not find crispier entries than that. probably on Ancient today. Maybe somebody on Kubix can take to the offense and change my mind. But these look pretty clean, pretty good. And a lot of it is down to Kubix just not necessarily leveraging any counter utility. It's like as soon as they drop the first frag, whatever utility they might have just gets forgotten about. They just think, no, I need to trade. And it's a good instinct if you can do it, but the aim is not there. Most of our squad needs to wake up and smell the GUN5.
Fine shine, there's the entry. It doesn't even look like it's a buy for the side of Kubix. Seems so simple for GUN5 to win their aim duels.
I mean, they're just styling on him at this point, Leo, but Feinstein ran through an incendiary grenade to kill Trippy in mid, and when you're doing that as the opper with a rifle, then you know, okay, things are going pretty well. Feinstein's not known for his rifling, guys. He is going to struggle when he's on the AK or on the A4 compared to when he's rocking the big green, and yet in this game, things have come so easy for him. You could say the same for Sadame and Lackey, all on 12 frags and counting. The entry on, Gamezilla way off the mark thanks to that flashbang. Only Sally yet to post right now, and clotheslined in the murder room. Seltzer will at the very least be traded, but now it's a 2-on-2. Still technically legs into this, but Sally, still able to deny the bomb plan. 40 seconds left, plenty of time for Sadame to work the pieces here.
Exactly. The fact that a bomb is not planted is big, as Sadame is the one that needs to make the next step. And Amar has a chance. That's the round for Kubix. A small straw to grasp.
Well, last round of the first half. Do we think they can get to 3, or GUN5 going to post double digits on their own map picks offensive side? This Eastern Euro mix has definitely had plenty of room, plenty of action. Now a 101. You won't find more dominant odds than
He's
that.
already dead.
12 odds on the return.
What the hell's wrong with you?
They just know how to make money. Kiello been brought down to 24 points of health, and well, Kubix have doubled their rounds, so there's that. Unfortunately, it's only 1 round closer to victory, and that seems so far away. Finally, a man-up situation for them, although the last time they got a couple of frags in the early stages. You might remember when GUN5 clawed it back. Amar, they aren't going to guess. Apparently it doesn't matter. He can't control the spray on the jumping players, and this turned from 5-on-4 to 3-on-4. Letter alone on the side. He misses the shot. They go sails right through 2 members of GUN5. He's overwhelmed, and just like that, it's all on to Sally.
All right, 1v4. Here's the first. He needs to find more. Burning in the flames needs to pull back, and they can face him 1 by 1 or together. They can choose how they're going to win this round, as Sally actually got more than a few opportunities to get the frag, but none found. It's going to be 10 for GUN5 at the half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
ke hře.
Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Should be men against boys after the first half, as GUN5 are running away with map number 1. Kubix, little in the tank, it would seem, as they did shock 9 at the beginning of this tournament on Ancient, but it seems that GUN5 is a completely different beast. Aiming them, outgunning them, and aim-wise completely destroying them. Kubix, they need this pistol round if they want to have a chance on map number 1.
I've heard plenty of casters talk before about how 10-2, it doesn't tell the whole story. Some of these rounds were close. They could have gone the other way. This is not a close game in any measure of it. Fineshine has been fragging. So too has Sedame and Lackey. The other player's not even really needed, but certainly not uncomfortable. However, despite the HP damage... Oh, okay, never mind. Sedame is going to crack back. This is a bit of an ugly pistol round here as Kubix are making it awkward. They will get the bomb plant down, so a force buy, even if they drop here, and maybe they won't drop here after all. Look at that. The flanks come out. It's just yellow on the dualies, especially as Lackey goes down towards short. So we are looking at a 1-on-3 attempt with the bomb ticking.
Hold on, I gotta make a bet. Oh, Hilo, maybe not. Not gonna find anything. It'll be the third for Kubix. Now those odds on Kubix maybe seem to be a little better, given that, you know, you might get your money's worth.
Bad odds, I think, but you never know what happens in these games of Counter-Strike. GUN5 could lay off the gas a little bit. And if they let up the pressure, Kubix chain some rounds together, they can make this game look closer than it has been so far. We're still a long ways away from that looking. Yeah, still 101. The mods haven't shifted. They're not buying what you're selling.
Nope.
Let's see if Kubix can convince anybody.
I mean, put $10 on them and hope to win big. Seems like a plan. Oh, gonna get run down. Only one frag found as Lackey shooting that deagle off. Not gonna find anything just yet. Missing his shots, and that's his death certificate. As Sedame is the only one to remain. The bomb is gonna get planted. He's gonna get taken out as well. 4th round for Kubix, 6th round lead for GUN5. I mean, I can see a potential.
Welcome.
Already?
Just a little bit.
GUN5 will have to decide if they're going to go for a deco round or just hard save.
Yes.
They have
Another
so
pool.
far. The worst thing that they could do here is force buy anyway, and then get reset again and again and
yep,
again.
Another one.
Kubix will not be afforded more than one
What the
more
fuck is this
easy
guy?
round as they
Rainbow
default towards
16.
the B-bomb site, clearing cave with utility.
Still pulls
See
the red.
how good their attacking side looks as they start to bomb and incinerate Lackey. He doesn't even move a muscle because he wants them to come forward.
Not like
into
I'm
the
fucking
stack.
trying.
I think when you see that many, you stop thinking about this bomb site, but Bledder is going to give up the ghost onto that Mac 10.
To be like that
Damage himself. Solid
time
trying
to
to
time.
wrap around. Is he going to check Sedame? Well, he is, but he's still held at an arm's length. At the very least, they're boxing the defenders
There
in.
wasn't
This
it on the
is
other
supposed
side
to be
as
a
well.
straightforward round. They've only
Oh,
lost
it's
one
really
so
close
far,
on the
and
other
they
side
like to
of
keep it that
10%.
way. Sally, ooh,
10%
jumping headshot
like
from
that.
Yellow, and suddenly there's an AK.
Yeah. Hilo gets an AK for his troubles, and Bledder is not too far away.
Bomb and incinerate Lackey. He doesn't even move a muscle because he wants them to come forward.
Not like I'm fucking trying.
I think when you see that many, you're stop thinking about
picks
this
a
bomb
grenade
site, but
in the worst possible
Bledder is going to
time.
give up the ghost onto that Mac
bomb
10.
has ticked
To
away
be like
from
that
the
Damage
CT
himself.
from
Sally
time
trying
to
to
time.
wrap around. Is he going to check Sedame?
But
Well, he
wait,
is, but he's still
wait a
held at
minute.
an arm's length.
Sedame has a
At the very least,
molly.
they're
He
boxing
can
the
throw
defenders
nade
in.
towards
This is
CT.
supposed to be a
That
straightforward
could have
round.
been
They've only lost
cheeky.
one so
Not
far.
gonna
And
happen,
they like to
though.
keep it that
Hilo
way.
actually
Sally,
lost that
ooh,
10%
jumping
like
headshot
that.
from Yellow, and suddenly there's an
Gonna
AK.
get the hell out of Dodge. Hilo gets an 5th round for AK for his troubles, and Bledder is not too far away.
You know, maybe incinerate Lackey. He doesn't even move a muscle because he wants them to come forward.
Not like I'm fucking trying.
I think when you see that many, you stop thinking about this bomb site, but
in the worst possible time.
give up the ghost onto that Mac 10 when they have no
To be like that.
Solid trying to wrap around. Is he going to check Sedame?
But wait,
Wait a minute. Necessarily turning all their angles, but at least they're boxing the defenders in to kill position. Very good round. They lose one so far. No AK saved over and just onto
10% like that.
rifles down around and including an AUG for Lackey.
Alright, let's play some Call of Duty. And let our D's not too
Right,
far
that's
away.
right. You know, maybe incinerate Lackey doesn't even need a muscle on vacation. He wants that.
Not like I'm fucking trying.
I think when you see that many, you stop thinking about the stage is the worst choice that they give up the gun by making it when they have no
Do we like that?
But wait, wait a minute. Today has a more than they expect. Critical shovels and noise and
Not like I'm fucking trying. Do we like that?
Wait a minute. More than they expect.
Not like I'm fucking trying. Do we like that?
Surely. Wait a minute. More than they
Not like I'm fucking trying. Do we like that? Not like I'm fucking trying. Do we like that? Not like I'm fucking trying. Do we like that? Not like I'm fucking trying. Do we like that? No? Not so. Not like I'm fucking trying. Do you like that? No? Not so.
Short break. Next map is Anubis. Hopefully Kubix will show something more on their map pick.
KFC patří ke hře.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, so boys, we are back at it again with another Robert video, 400 in the balance. As per usual, and you already know, there is a new hacksaw, but is it really new? We have Mr. Max from Rip City. Oh, I played it, didn't I play it?
Where on stream?
Not on stream, but I look. No. Ooh. So it pays that way, now it pays that way. And now it pays the other way, but it didn't pay the other way.
I don't think there was a line that other way.
What is this?
What?
Huh? Like the cat sound like that?
Help me.
I wanna see one hit on that shit.
Maybe he expands?
Oh, but surely
Or
they have to be able to control that. That's a full line. I just want to see one profit. It is not possible to profit here.
It should be possible.
Apple? Only 120.
What?
Oh!
How do you win here?
Yeah, that's not good though. Oh, that's profit. Insane. Oh, that was a good setup and it didn't even pay double.
Fuck this.
What is this?
Maximize bonus game with features from the Mad Max bonus and a guaranteed wow plus symbol on every spin. Guaranteed. Wait, they stay? See? It's green now, and there needs to be green now to do it again. Because just these two. So, even though it gives you two sides, the two sides are not guaranteed.
You should, I think you're addicted to shoveling chips.
I am, yeah. I'm removing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it didn't do it on the top.
So it's guaranteed one. And yeah, you need to clear the decent setup. Get one in the middle there.
Can't we get all of them?
We need one in the test and then on the 10 there.
Oh, we need him in here.
Yeah, or just a wild there.
Oh, now it's 3.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, connect.
Situação dessa.
There we
As
go.
testemunhas
Oh, this should be good.
And that's a wild there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not left. No, if it was left, it would be good. That's bad. Then $100
That's another $10. No, 5.
Almost.
I guess we need... Wait!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Next map is Anubis. After Ancient was a short-fought affair, GUN5 running away with their own map pick. We'll see what they can do on the opposing side's choice. Pronogo, I'm not sure what to expect from this. I mean, Kubix didn't really put up a fight on map number 1, which we said that is not a bad map by any means for them. Now going to a map where, admittedly, is much better, I'm kind of on the fence of whether they can actually do something better.
Yeah, I feel like Anubis could be an equally tied up affair here, where it'll be a nice, neat little bow for GUN5 to make it to the 2-2 pool, where they're trying to make a statement here by saying they clearly belong. They are clearly a cut above the other 1-2 teams. But we'll have to see if they can finish the job, as Kubix still stands in their way on Anubis. This is the Kosovar team's pick. GUN5, meanwhile, are no slouches on it necessarily, and they've played tons of Counter-Strike. One of the teams that plays the most maps in Tier 2. Definitely something that you can say gives them lots of experience. And we know from experience ourselves, Lyuba, that when we're talking about just getting into the flow state, going over and over and over again, that's the kind of thing that can really lead you to eventually finding a lot of success. So as we get ready to start our first half on Anubis, of course, it means that GUN5 get to go to the T side, which is an interesting angle because usually we see teams elect for the CT side. But Anubis is one of those maps that can be so sided towards the offenders, the attackers, that it feels like GUN5 will be able to make a statement early on.
Well, they did for sure make a statement in the T side of the previous map as they finished the half 10-2. Not sure if they can get one better here. We'll see what the plan is, starting with the pistol round, and I'm curious to see what the plan is for Kubix. Look at that, look at that. Is this an anti-strat, or do they just want to make some pressure towards, or rather from A main?
2 members for Kubix pushing up. We also have Sally holding mid, but it's actually going to be an execute towards B. Oh boy, well that's going to be an interesting situation. A 5-man retake on the cards here for Kubix as GUN5 are about ready to put that bomb down.
Yeah, and the problem for Kubix is, listen to this, only Kevlar was bought on all of their players, not a single grenade, not a defuse kit there. They're going to have to fight their way through, find Shine, await that Glock firing off, looking for more. Will they double team him? The answer is yes. 1 for 1, good enough for now, but the T's are grouped up in B main, and they want to take heads, though heads are taking the players on the side of Kubix, and that's a quick retake if I've ever seen one.
All right, apparently if you put all 4 players towards B main, the only area that GUN5 knew for sure wasn't compromised by the CT side, well, it makes it easier for Kubix. They just stormed the gates. They must have sniffed out that a lot of them were there. I'm sure many of them entered through CT spawn, maybe a couple through Temple as well. So good retake, and it works out. You know, as suspicious as we were of that A stack, the idea of just going straight in for the 5-man retake almost got stuffed here by Fine Shine in dark, but that was the only forward position that GUN5 felt comfy taking. Everything else was coming up Kubix. The Kosovar side will start off 1-0.
Yeah, but the side of GUN5 with that bomb plant, they got a buy. Not the best one of that, but still, a buy is a buy, and it could contend with what the CTs have, as the amount of utility is good. They have 3 Tech 9s and 2 Galils. Gamezilla already making pressure from B main. That HE grenade is going to take Lackey down to 65 HP. Already the T's grouping up in A main now, as Tali might be in trouble, taking down 34, and his teammates are coming in. 1 for 1, not good enough. And now Seltzer, the backstab, does the work and finding more. Crumbling is the defense of Kubix, only their captain remains.
Oh man, every time you think Kubix might be out of the woods, maybe they can chain some rounds together. Same story on Ancient. Get reset faster than you can say Gamezilla. He's out of here. And eventually, GUN5 are marching back towards the inevitable. They'll even steal one of the A4s away. A more premium weapon than what that 4-spy gave them. And you can see the uncomfortable looks on many of the players for Kubix. Flutter leaning forward, trying to adjust himself, realizing, damn, that was a chance. Maybe the last one that they'll have. It sounds grim, but that was effectively the first half of Ancient. They definitely need to do better.
Certainly so. Pistols in the hands of Kubix. They have one scout on Blur, and we'll see what kind of damage he can do with that. Default setup, or relatively so for the side of GUN5, as they have presence throughout the map.
Looks
control
on
of
many
each
of
part
the players for Kubix. Flutter leaning forward, trying to adjust himself, realizing
for a while.
Well, as of right now, in this 1-1 scoreline for the rounds, the pressure is on to Kubix with their lesser weaponry. The default seems to be leaning towards A as it develops. A little bit of mid-control slowly coming into the picture here for GUN5. Sally gets off the A main angle at possibly the worst time. He's not going to get shot in the back, but he is going to have to cross versus Sedaim and Lackey, who could end up timing him here. Looks like he'll slink away, and it will be a B bomb site stack. At which point they might decide, screw it, let's keep our weapons. No money in the bank. Sally had an opportunity. Oh, not going to work out.
I wanted to say 5-7 lurks, tries to find something, but he found nothing. Trippy dead as well. And they might even struggle to keep the guns they have, though GameZilla, not a bad upgrade. Gets an AK and just wants to throw that molly to keep them toward the site. Make them think maybe in a twisted turn of events, GUN5 sacrificed one of their own to keep the bomb safe.
Not the best of situations here for Kubix to be rolling early. GUN5 are definitely going to start their march nice and early. We still haven't had a real proper gun round yet. This will be the closest we get for the time being, and the money on the back of this buy for Kubix does not look very rewarding. GUN5 will definitely be able to build up some cash, unless Kubix can upset them in round 4, and then maybe we'll get some force buy wars. I think that's the energy Kubix were trying to bring to the opening half of Ancient, but it just did not work out. And that's a nice little side bet to have. You're going to get 18 kills. That's what they're saying about Yellow.
Well,
who actually had a relatively quiet game on Ancient, but that doesn't mean that it was a low score line per se. It just means that everybody else was gobbling up all the frags.
Foi. Hein? Hein? Hein o quê? Empanados Aurora.
Crocantes, suculentos e saborosos. 100% frango. Empanados de frango?
Aurora faz.
And a scout. They can consider fighting, though. They've picked the wrong site to stack, as GUN5 are pulling out a full execute, and there's nobody in their way. That Deagle in the hands of Trippy can't do much, and Hilo, he really wants to fill that quota, meet that quota set by Tipsport. That's a good start to do so.
GameZilla will answer back, but that's really just another weapon that they can steal away if given the opportunity. Fineshine certainly wants to contest that rifle. The hunt is on. GameZilla will stand tall despite it all. Now in the 3-on-3, I don't think there's time for this. Certainly no kit available for the side of Kubix, so all they're going to be able to do is... Oh, they have the smoke. Oh, they might be able to do it. It feels like it's a little bit too late. It's going to be a tight defuse, and they just get right off of it. But with the increased bomb radius, this could be a disaster for their economy. I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of dodge, and it looks like the answer is just narrowly yes. 3-man save for Kubix, but 3 rounds for GUN5.
That was an interesting round to watch, as we never knew what was going to happen up until the very end. Few seconds separated him actually from getting around it. Honestly, from the start, it seemed like it was going to be a simple affair. Complicated a little bit for the side of GUN5, and they really should not get complacent. And as we've seen that on map number 1, map 2, they could get more severely punished than just losing a small string of rounds.
Well, Kubix still have something to say in this. Amar dueling with multiple Ts. Eventually gets forced out, flushed out, but Bledder elsewhere has taken Yellow out. Sadame, who might be able to stab back around that smoke. You can see the spams coming through. Lackey jousting for mid control. Not necessarily going to be a success against Solly. Oh, but Sadame has found Gamezilla. There's an answer back in mid. Looks like it will be the B-bomb site. Oh, but no more 2 prongs. One of those has broken. A low-quality fork. Maybe Fine Shine can still make something happen. Turns out it's harder than he thinks. This is a 2-on-1, and Sadame has no bullets. That's rough. Kubix will post a second.
Oh, here comes some BMing as Kubix fight back and show GUN5 that they're not a small fish in this pond. They can still fight. Maybe Ancient was just a bad map for the boys. We'll see if they can string a couple of rounds. Good. Yeah, let our the aim give his team a chance, but not enough to win the round. Only one separating these two teams, and both facing a reset if they lose this round.
Yeah, these are the most scary rounds for the underdogs. They have to keep it going, and with Fine Shine nailing Trippy to the wall in mid, thanks in part to that boost over the smoke. Oh, Solly will get one back, and he needs to get the hell out of Dodge.
Absolutely, but he's not just going behind the doors, playing around it. Sadame versus Solly. Who's going to hit the head? It's going to be Solly, as Sadame had other ideas where the opponents could be. One-man advantage for the side of Kubix. This could be useful because the rotates are there, and just sending one guy toward A, while the other ones have decided to go toward carpets, and Hilo is not going to be on his feet for long. That's going to change the complexion of this round for the side of GUN5 as they decide to go back to A.
Yeah, and locked into a 2-on-4. Solly has been impressive. Grabs his 3rd frag of the round. Letter more than ready. Off out a second. That'll be Seltzer dropping, and tie game. Gamezilla representing Vape Nation. A lot of players doing that, I'm noticing.
Yeah.
It's the new in thing. Much more environmentally conscious or some such compared to cigarettes.
I assume it stinks your room a little bit less while you're playing.
Probably. Yeah, seeing Emmy light up, and somebody else he was up against too on the side of 500, I couldn't remember. In that kind of situation, damn. You're really just making your whole room an ashtray.
Yeah, you can smell it.
Sticks to your clothes, sticks to your soul. Sadame's soul has exited his body, though. Solly has a lot to work with here with his A1S, but he could get overwhelmed by rifles. He's not the only one protecting this A-bomb site, and Amar is nearby as well for added pressure. He is going to find the timing on the lurk and will spray 2 down. It's only Seltzer with a Glock. A little bit of utility as he might try to do a bit of damage. That's not going to happen. Amar will not lose that particular head-to-head. And we finally have a lead for Kubix. First time in the series.
Yeah, exactly. They've been waiting a long time for this. They're in the driver's seat now. They're the captain now. Let's see what Kubix are going to do in GUN5. Need to fire back as soon as possible. This is a mental game as well. If GUN5 actually string a couple of rounds of putting Kubix in their place from their perspective. Kubix, they want to fire back though. Sadame, good opening frag. Gamezilla tagged down to half HP. Could be a factor during this round. Good angle for Solly, and Hilo didn't stand a chance. Again, a man advantage for Kubix.
4-on-3. The defenders will hold strong. GUN5, on the other hand, are struggling to find consistency after their opening 3 rounds. Yet to post, even though some of those ended up looking pretty close. And is that just me, or is there a winky face in Underdark? Yeah, look at that. A little smiley.
Yeah, it's actually on a couple of places on the map. On the totem, or what is it on the site?
Yeah, I see it off to the right there, yeah. I thought you were about to tell me exactly what it meant. It's deep and philosophical. Ooh, never mind. Lackey got a headshot.
All right, this round might get messy. Gamezilla.
Oh, no.
Bad timing. Sally might get run over as well, as he needs to fight and keep his team alive in this round. But the rotate is coming in, and he hits the shot with the op. Maybe still a chance to clutch this out. The sniper for the side of Kubix plays around the smoke. Uncovered, unchecked. They don't know where he is exactly, and that's a chance, but missed shot is going to cost him. Even scoreline, and the lead on the side of Kubix was short-lived.
Yeah, tie game yet again, and losing every single gun definitely gives them something to chew on. Their CT side definitely looking better than it did on Ancient, the second A of the alphabet here in Anubis, working out much better, but Kubix are still gonna be feeling aggrieved, as Gamezilla is only good for the trade. Solly gets a nice little opening here, and despite that, GUN5 still just fire through.
Four to four. Now things are starting to get interesting when both teams have actually connected to the server. Fine Shine, Abdul directly against Bloodrd, who's gonna be faster. Oh, he just legs him. Fine Shine still alive. And now the attack comes in as Sadame is merciless, ruthless, as he takes down two guys on the side of Kubix. He wants more, not more finding though, as Trippy puts them back in his place, but damage done already.
The SD stands for Savage. Damn. Not my best work, but it works.
Yeah. It's been a long day.
Well, GUN5 might make it a short ending since they are going to take the lead yet again, and we have no idea what to expect out of their CT side, but Trippy and Solly know to go for the save as round number 9 comes to a close. This is not looking too hot for the Kosovar side, especially with Yellow finding Solly. Catching that frag in the nick of time as we wait for whether or not Yellow will be dispatched. No, actually, single frag at the end there turns to a double. Not nary a rifle to be found. Remember, the money was not good in that last round for Kubix. I think they had 2 players with 2.5K. Everybody else facing a full reset, and that's no idea what to expect out of their CT side. But somebody on the Solly should have probably had the kill, but needs Simple to tell him to aim up like he did number 9. Maybe then we can see some better shots. Rare to tell that to an op. Not looking too hot for the Kosovar side, especially with Yellow finding Solly.
Bit unfortunate, but sometimes you need to deserve your luck. As back to pistols, Kubik
will be dispatched. No, actually, single frag at the end there turns
still
to
searching for something, and something they didn't find.
Nary a rifle to be
Deagle
found.
shots hit.
Remember,
in the previous
not
map.
Good in that last round for
Maybe
Kubix.
things
I
can
think they had
change
2
now.
players with 2.5K. Everybody else facing a full reset. Sunshine's going to have that's another idea what to expect out of their
second
CT
time
side, but
somebody
somebody on the Solly should have
Deagle
probably had to kill, but needs Simple to tell him to aim up like he did
number 9.
Maybe then we can see some better shots. Rare to tell that to an op. Looking too hot for the Kosovar side, especially with Yellow finding Solly. This default is going to be a bit slower, and GUN5 are trying to figure out exactly what whether or not Yellow is on their opponent's side. But now they actually single frag at the end there turns to a slight sigh of relief, but not with every rifle to be found. Remember,
in the previous map
in that last round,
and also
maybe
things can change now.
Players with 2.5K.
That's right.
Everybody else facing a full reset.
Deflated.
Going to have that's idea what to expect out of their CT side. Somebody on the Solly should have Deagle. Probably had to kill, but needs Simple to find his way into the A-bomb number 9. Maybe then we Solly and Trippy. Rare to play games out here. Too hot for the Kosovar side, especially with Yellow finding Solly. Default is going to be a bit slower, and GUN5 are trying to figure out exactly what to be whether or not Yellow is on their gun side. Now actually single frag at the end there turns to a slight sigh of relief, but not with every rifle to be found. Remember, Deagle good in that last round.
And also watching things can change now.
What's
right? Even when they're playing against pistols.
A full reset. That's our idea what to expect out of their CT side, but somebody on the Solly should have definitely stay there. Wider matches into the over and over again. Solly and all the little too hot for the Kosovar side, especially with Yellow finding some default is going to be at the end of it all. They're not getting on their two sides. Now they're actually single. That works out at the end of the slight side. Kubix angry. I think it's going to be more elusive than they would have liked that last round. Watching the play is 2.5. It's a 2 on the ice. This never goes away. Reset. It's going to have another idea. What's going on? Their CT side. Somebody in the alley should have been backstage. There. He's trying to stay over again. Solid. All the mistakes like games on here. Offensive line is defensive with the kill side. The default is going to be at the end of it all. They're not getting on their two sides. Now they're actually single. That works out at the end of the slight side. I think it's going to be more elusive than they would have liked that. Watching the play is 2.5. It's a 2 on the ice. It's never going to play reset. That's a hard way to expect their CT side. Somebody in the alley should have been backstage. There. He's trying to stay over again. Line then 10-2, no doubt, but GUN5 are happy with this situation as they take to the defense of Anubis. They're going to get the first proceedings underway. Sudame kicks us off with a headshot towards Bledder.
That's an interesting setup. Amar alone with the C4. But will they expect this? Oh, this could be golden. Amar needs to hit his shots, can't fall. Now they know where the C4 is, and this is a two-edged sword for the side of Kubix. Says this round is very confusing, actually, for both teams, but now GUN5 seem to have a hold of it, at least a little bit, as we can see the rotates happening, but Fine Shine dying, that's gonna make it quite difficult, and now the T's are swarming in. There's GameZilla with one frag, gonna get shut down, but still, a man advantage for Kubix and a bomb planted.
Well, Kubix are known for their wild rounds, and this one is no different there. Today will finally be dealt with as a P250 cracks shot after shot off towards Selter. Amar with a very impactful round. I hate that he was trying to fight Fine Shine all at his own with the C4, but, you know, at the very least, he didn't go down. So all's well that ends well. GUN5 will have to postpone their plans, gentlemen. Wait a little bit longer before they go to their victory party.
Well, still in the lead. We'll see for how long, as Kubix found that all-important pistol round. GUN5 decided to force buy. That's a bit ambitious, honestly. When you have a big lead, you can always let the opposing team get around, get a good buy for yourself. So when they do get a buy this way, it's going to be quite better than had they went full eco after losing the pistol. And Blood RD, easy as you like. 2 frags to his name. It's $1,200 earned in this round.
We will definitely take those. GameZilla going to be hunting for some SMG frags himself and should be able to bring Selter down, but eventually is overtaken by Lackey's Deagle. Not as successful as Bledder. Farming up the cash necessary for the AWP. And now we get into an awkward position where bomb must be retrieved. Solly, ooh, he's going to go down, and that is the C4. No way GUN5 steal this one away, but apparently Sedame is more than comfortable taking Trippy out. Oh, Lackey's also found a frag. This has crumbled before our very eyes. It's Amar in a 1-on-2. HP advantage over Lackey, but I don't think that GUN5 are going to give this up now. Not after all the work they've put in.
Yeah, but listen to this. They're quite far away from each other, so this is not going to be easy for them. They can actually let him have those isolated duels. Amar just walking toward the site. He doesn't know where Lackey is, but they know exactly where he's walking. And oh, peekaboo. There you go, Lackey. Playing with his food for the 9th round of GUN5.
Well, they deserve to play with their food at this point. They have done such a miraculous job at finding those frags necessary. It does feel like Kubix they've fallen off as far as the aim goes. They look good for 1 or 2 rounds here and there, and maybe even shades of Partisan, although not as impressive, not enough to take a map, it seems. Still some rounds to be played, but it does feel like GUN5 toyed with them a little bit in that round, and in no way, shape, or form should it have gone to that degree.
Exactly. Tactical timeout for Kubix. After losing a round, they had no business, no luxury to lose. An AK on Sally. 3 digs and a MAC-10. That's what they got to work with in this round. And this is a chance for GUN5 to run away with this.
It's a chance, all right. Lackey could be instrumental, just as he was in the last round. Break the smoke. It allows Kubix to fire forward, but the smoke spray is so good for the Kazakh veteran. GameZilla will finally trade him out, but that basically puts the nail in the coffin. Amar gets a Deagle headshot, and GameZilla will find a response. So it's a 2-on-2, and the weapons can be recovered.
Lackey closed the door. Kubix opened a window. Let's see, are they going to jump? Do they have what it takes? Hilo just missed the potential timing. Let's see if he's going to get a repeat. The answer is yes. There's one. He doesn't know about the other. It's a chance for Amar. Missed Deagle shots are going to cost him, and Hilo takes them down both for the 10th round of GUN5.
Yeah, they didn't feel confident going all the way to the bottom of mid, and as a result, they never recovered that secondary rifle so that Amar could have a fighting chance against Yellow. One of the star riflers, the top player for the side of GUN5. Lackey, though, giving him a run for his money in this one. Cracking headshots from GameZilla, but not nearly enough to get over the round.
They're going to have to try harder than that. Deco. No, not a Deco. Only 2 Ds actually bought for the side of Kubix. Hoping to get a frag or 2. Still keep themselves in the running. Don't forget, this is an elimination match. So Kubix 3 rounds away from exiting the competition, and Hilo wants to make it quick. Though only against pistols, he's absolutely doing the no respect as he's just clicking heads. And only GameZilla alive.
You know, he has met his quota. It was 17.5 for that side bet. Yellow enjoyers are going to be pleased with that outcome. Kubix enjoyers, not so much. At this point, 5-11. They are facing elimination from Tipsport Conquest of Prague. They will not be feeling good about themselves here, but it's not over until the fat lady sings.
That's pretty good aim, what we saw from him, even though it was just against pistols. Another buy on what could be the last in this competition for Kubix. Let's see if they can prolong this map and this best of 3 at that. Trippy just making noise on mid so far. Default setup currently in play. Lackey flashed off. Just taking a little bit of damage and a little bit more, a lot more rather, from those HEs, left on 6 HP, but Selter there to support his teammate Fine Shine, getting the first frag of the round.
That is so rough that Lackey ends up escaping. Tail tucked between his legs. Trippy now. Oh, the nades are so good. Clear him out of middle. And even then, more damage downrange. Kubix cannot buy around at this point. They are struggling. And they might not have many more chances as Sadame doubles up towards Dark. It is 12-5. That is 7 chances before Kubix can force OT. Otherwise, they will bow out of the tournament earlier than they wanted to.
Exactly. And we heard GameZilla on the interview. He believes that they're a good team. Back to the drawing board, it would seem, as they're quite far away from land at this particular moment. Though, the Counter-Strike they've shown throughout the tournament has been better than what they've shown in this best of 3.
Yeah, that's fair to say. GUN5 may have just outclassed him on the aim. Kubix still have some protocols, and when they're on the T side, they do feel like a more together unit. They're not ready to give up the ghost just yet. Amar and Bled are doubling up. It's now a 3 versus 4. GUN5 man down. Will they try it? Money in the bank.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Go for it.
They want to get to this site. They want to end this quick. Trippy falls 3-on-3, and now there's a chance, but GameZilla strips them of that opportunity. Makes it easier for his team. He is blind, but his teammates are not, and they can cover him. Very low is GameZilla, but they're having trouble finding him, and the bomb has ticked away too far. They're going to try and stick it, but they're going to be stuck. And that's going to be round number 6 for Kubix.
No easy rounds, even in that situation. Yellow almost able to make it happen, but Kubix will post a 6th. We can't start believing in the comeback until they chain together a few rounds, and even then, an unlucky breeze can change it all. Tactical timeout burned by Kubix. I don't know if they have any left after all that has been said and done in this map. 1 left for the Kosovar squad. Hey, why not? You're facing elimination. If you drop it, you might as well make sure your plans, your X's and O's, your I's and J's, everything is dotted and crossed.
Let's see what they have in store for us. I mean, 6 rounds, or rather 7 rounds in a row. It's not impossible. It's not unheard of. But they're going to have to dig deep, and they're going to have to break the CT economy sooner rather than later.
Yellow with the AK saved over has posted 20 frags already. Sedame trails him by 3. And there's plenty more where that came from. Feinstein, decapitated.
There you
Bledder,
go.
definitely not ready to give this one up. Ooh, okay. Like what we're seeing from Amar. 2 frags to his name. Lackey with the op, not known for his sniping quality. He will be decapitated as well. It's just Sedame.
Can you cast what you see on his screen?
Oh, that would be double delayed, but it's certainly a possibility. Scoped up. Let's see as he ends up lurking through. He's got his NVIDIA brightness set up, and no, he will be decapitated as well. Good headshots out of the side of Kubix.
Oh, yeah.
So at the very least, their aimers are back in full swing. How long will that hold for?
That's what's been missing, right? Map number 1, map number 2. I mean, what we expect from Kubix is kind of a buggy style of Counter-Strike relying on aim. We didn't see that in this best of 3, and that is something that, I mean, we got to cast their victory over 9. That's what worked. They beat 9 to a pulp at points.
Yeah. And they weren't shy about a comeback either in that best of 1, so Kubix don't need to be leading from the front, and they won't be here, but Sali has a nice little position. He'll take out 3 members before finally being traded, but Yellow will be more than happy to come away with an AK. Bledder will make it short-lived. It's only Zelter left, and he's not going to be alive for long. It was not exactly the easiest of plays to make work, but Bledder is more than happy to add a little bit of insult to injury. Bullets in the wounds. 12-8. Match points still exist for GUN5.
Well, we're approaching the realm of possibility for this comeback. Tipsport odds say not so soon.
No. Still very much a dominant.
But I mean,
odd set.
Let's be honest, it's you got to beat 2 full buys, and that's it.
Yep, that's true. If you count them all out. Unless some saving happens, in which case it could be different. The utility definitely light this time around for the defenders. I don't mind Lackey's position, though. A bit more passive towards mid, and he's going to play anti-flash as utility lets him get some info. Doesn't realize 2 Ts are just around the corner, but info is info. They'll play around it. This default for Kubix, they're trying to snuff out exactly where the CTs are.
It's going to be a slower round this time around. This Kubix know little margin for error, and they can sense that there's a chance. Even more so now that Amar has started to frag out Zelter. There we go, 2 frags for him, and he gives his team the advantage. Short-lived as Amar is staking heads. Zelter between a rock and a hard place between 2 Kubix players, but he decided to take one out. 3v2. Bomb on the back of Bledder, but Amar is rootless, and he doesn't want to be out of this competition just yet. Going through the smoke, bomb planted. Elo is going to take down Amar, and it's only Bledder remaining. Takes out 1, but doesn't know where Feinstein is. He can sense, maybe has a chance, but Feinstein takes him out, and that's it for Kubix.
It is indeed it. Look at that. A little bit of an extension. He pulls out the big green, styling on him with the USP. Feinstein will close the proceedings. And it is a 13-8 score line to finish us off. A 2-0 in favor of GUN5. The Kosovar team is eliminated from Tipsport Conquest of Prague. They will no longer be in the running to make it to LAN. And the VRS points as well have eluded them. GUN5 move on to fight another day. 2 more best of 3s required if they want to qualify to LAN. First one will be up very soon here on Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to have a few days to prepare, a few days to think about what can happen on Tuesday. So GUN5, I can see them with a chance of actually going to LAN, depending on what opponent they get in the 2-2 bracket, and if they go through that, what opponent they get, of course, in the deciders. That's always a contributing factor. What can we say about Kubix? I mean, they hoped for more, that is definite, but going through the open qualifiers, winning one best of one, and playing quite well in most of the matches they played, I think it's commendable at the end of the day.
Yeah, for a team that nobody really had on their radar, certainly not in the wider world of Counter-Strike. I think now teams like Nine, maybe those other international mixes that are sort of oscillating between tier 2 and tier 1.5, if you will, Fnatic, ENCE, those kinds of squads, they'll be thinking about them for sure. And so, now they're on the radar. It becomes a lot harder to stay afloat when you think about it. I mean, once people are used to your playstyle, GUN5 knew, let's watch some smokes, let's check those crazy plays. And Kubix still got the better of them a few times and did look like maybe they could make the impossible happen. A 7-round streak required to get us to OT on Anubis. They got kind of close, and at the very least, versus a team like GUN5, maybe that's the best they could have done. There's more Counter-Strike for them to play in the future. Hopefully they scrape together enough VRS points to be invited, or at the very least in contention for some of those qualifiers. And I do think that their more aggressive style is fun to watch. Just wasn't the most successful versus a team that knew what to do.
Yeah, it was very weird for GUN5 because GUN5 was the one aggressing mostly during this best of 3. So it was a bit unfortunate for Kubix. They met a team that sadly does the same or similar what they do, but maybe has more of a system around them, maybe has, better practices or have been practicing longer, or simply they came and they fragged better. At the end of the day, Counter-Strike is a simple game sometimes, and only clicking heads can sometimes bring you victories. Yeah. And Kubix, sadly for them, they didn't really show up today. It's GUN5 going through, and the Conquest of Prague is done for this week. Of course, during the weekend, we won't be having matches, but then already on Monday, we will see the rest of the 1 and 2 bracket. Then on Tuesday, as you already mentioned, the 2 and 2 bracket. Then later on, we will be moving to the deciders until we find out the 4 teams that will get a chance to go to Prague on LAN. Of course, it's a long way away, I would say.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap there in the schedule, which will give teams times to sort out their affairs. I don't think many of these teams are going to need visas or anything, but any travel arrangements that need to be made can be made. And the Vodafone Arena will pay host to 4 squads, it seems, the top 4 from this phase of the tournament. And there's a decent amount of money on the line, plus, of course, experience on LAN, which everybody wants. A lot of teams still in contention. We'll have to see if those hometown heroes of Dynamo Eclad even can make it in, at the very least, to the top 8 where they can vie for contention. But so far, I think GUN5 comfortably dismissing Kubix here. That's the best advocate they can be for themselves after default losing over to Partizan, who are still also in contention for making it through. So we'll have those matchups sorted for you by the end of Monday when the last of those 1 and 2 matches are taken care of. And then we'll be bringing you the action, of course, on Tuesday, where there's plenty of Counter-Strike to be played. 3 best of 3s to find out who's going to make it to the top 8.
Oh, yeah. Tuesday to end things out for the Swiss stage. It's going to be a long day for you and I, but it's going to be fun to close out, of course, this Swiss part of the tournament and get ready for the deciders that are to come afterwards, of course, at the end of May, 30th of May, beginning of June. Then we will see the LAN in Prague. I'm very excited for that. I can't wait for that to start. Of course, as I previously mentioned, that is basically it from us for this week. You can see the overlay or the overview rather of the tournament. As we already mentioned, the Swiss stage is continuing. It will end on the 6th of May. That is Tuesday. Then 2 days afterwards will be played the deciders that will strike down 4 more teams. And on the 30th of May, the LAN playoff will begin. It will end on the 1st of June, where we will crown the conquerors of Prague. We'll see who that will be. That is it from us. We wish you, of course, to have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady, jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co ráč?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.